Do you know somebody that's celebrating a birthday and would like a shout out on the program? Just have them get in touch with me, either by email or Facebook, and I'll make sure to mention them in the segment. On the program tonight, we'll have conversations with Michael Penhale, Phil Kane, and we're back in the studio with Walter Riggi. The Face to Facebook livecast will begin momentarily. Momentarily, as in right now. Hello, everybody. Welcome to What's Up Wednesday. No, it is not the song by Four Non-Blondes, although I guess if that floats your boat, it could be, but it does not float my boat at all. Being one of those songs that if it were stricken from every playlist everywhere, I would not be disappointed. However, what does What's Up Wednesday mean? Well, when I was thinking about the alliterative title for today's show and the day of the week, I thought about all of the times we've talked about all the folks that are stuck in pretty much a permanent isolation. So all those folks in nursing homes and rest homes across our world, and how this is, this forced isolation is giving us an opportunity to see how they live on a daily basis. So if you have a few moments and you want to make somebody's day, I would suggest that you reach out and say hello. Say, what's up? You also hear a lot about how folks say, oh, if I only got to speak to this person one more time. Because, stuff happens, and we're not always in control of it. And so maybe make the time to say what's up to your best friend, your brother, your sister, your cousin, your uncle, whomever it is on your radar that you may not see all the time. Just give them a shout and say what's up. That's all. Again, they can mean whatever you want them to mean. These are just my interpretations. We have on the program tonight, we have Michael Penhale. Phil Kane will be back in the studio with Walter Riggi, and we don't have anybody for the 10:30 slot. So if you would like to be on the program, here's your official shout out to be on the program at 10:30. If we don't get anybody, then maybe we'll just end early and I'll get to go to bed before 2 o'clock in the morning. That would be kind of cool too. All right. Well, as always, we will be playing your requests that you pop up in the chat. Hello, Sandra. Hello, Donnie. And yes, I'm feeling a little bit better. Thank you, Sandra. We'll be playing your requests, and I'll be filling in songs when I don't get any requests. For those of you who are tuning in maybe for the first time, the rules of this are pretty simple. You just put a comment in the comment section for the video on a song you'd like to hear, and if I've heard it before, then heck, we'll play it. Why not? Let's see what's going on. You can hello, Lena Frost, or should I say, what's up for What's Up Wednesday? You can head over to the YouTube channel, which you'll see pop up over there on that side. There will be a little link to the YouTube channel where you can go and give us a subscribe if you like, so you'll know when we go live. And our well of guests is running dry, so we are not sure anymore. We're just not sure the direction that this is going to go. We're not really entirely sure. When I say we, I mean the entire production team are not sure how it's going to go. So, we'll see. Maybe it'll move to a weekly format or something like that. But yeah, we'll find out. Anyway, like I said, if you know people that you'd like to have on the program, please give me a shout out, and we will do that. John Denver, Sweet Surrender. I don't know that John Denver song. I don't. The only Sweet Surrender song I know is the Sarah McLachlan tune, and I don't even know that well enough to play it. But and how about some Pink Floyd? Well, Donnie, you have to twist my arm pretty hard to play some Pink Floyd, let me tell you. Okay, well, let's start with some Pink Floyd then. Let's do a little beat for this one. It's beatable, so let's Let's try it out here. Get the looper in order. There we go. That's where we do the. That's where we do the next song, the On the Run segment. But we're not going to do that part. What a great suggestion to start off our evening. I love it. And now let's move into something else until we get some more requests in there. Yes, hey Stacy and Sarah. I played the Moore Avenue Underground track last night, and it was well received, as I recall. And Mr. Raul Jorge Paz Rangel. Hello from Canada to Mexico. All right, let's see here. Some cowbell in there for Mr. Sean Fathers. if he can dig himself out of his drywall and tune in.
Out where the creek turns shallow and sandy, and the moon comes skipping away the stars. When mesquite comes rushing over the hilltops, straight into my arms, straight into my arms. I'm riding hard, can't catch roses, and a fresh map that I made. I'm gonna give birth naked and bury my old soul and dance on its grave, and dance on its grave. It's been a long time coming, my dear. It's been a long time coming, but now it's here. Yeah, now it's here. Well, my daddy, he was just a stranger, living on a hotel downtown. When I was a kid, he was just somebody I'd see around, somebody I'd see around. Now down below I'm pulling on my shirts, got some kids of my own. If I have one wish in this godforsaken world, kids, your mistakes will be your own. Yeah, your sins will be your own. It's been a long time coming, my dear. It's been a long time coming, but now it's here. Yeah, now it's here. Beneath the arms of Cassiopeia, where the sword of Orion sweeps, it's me, you, Rosie, we're cracking like cross wires. You're breathing in your sleep, you're breathing in your sleep. Spark a campfire left burning, two kids in a sleeping bag beside. Reach deep your shirt and lay my hand across your belly and feel another one kicking inside. I ain't gonna fuck it up this time. It's been a long time coming, my dear. It's been a long time coming, now it's here. It's been a long time coming, my dear. It's been a long time coming, but now it's here. Yeah, now it's here.
All right, a little semi-out-of-tune Bruce Springsteen from the Devils and Dust album, Long Time Coming. All right, let's see here. Donnie says he can't see any other comments but your own. It depends on the page that you're on. So if you're watching this on Rockstar, you're going to see the comments from Rockstar. From AVB, you're going to see the comments from AVB. My personal page, you're going to see those comments, so on and so forth. So that is how it works. It's whatever page people are commenting on. I can see them all because I have kind of the aggregate. And if you're watching the feed, then you should be able to see them all in the corner up there. So. Ellen Mary Sinkovich says Supertramp. Yeah, you bet we can do some Supertramp. Lana Frost says New York is my home. New York is my home. Oh, that's that Paul Simon duet with what's his head? Oh yeah, New York is my home. I'd have to listen to that one again. I'll have to see if it's in there. Oh, Marie Johnson. Chris, you have the coolest shirts. If anything, because of this great show, you have many new fans and the regulars. You rock. Oh, thank you. Yes, this is one of my favorite shirts. Appropriate for the climate we're living in. These are difficult times. I will verify that 13/8 is an incredibly difficult time signature to play in. And Mr. Joe Claus says, "Hey bro, sounds good." Well, thank you, Joe. I caught some of your live stream and yours sounded good as well. So there you have it. All right, let's see. Supertramp. Yeah, we can do some Supertramp. For sure. Let's see. Let me just pull up words. Those are always my nemesis. Had to do the little in there. Wait, what's a ride tune? Oh, wait. Dave Jr., there you go. I got you now. But I don't see your suggestion, Dave. I see... Yeah, Dave, throw the song title out there and we'll try it again. I'll let you know whether I know what song it is you're talking about.
Take a look at my girlfriend. She's the only one I got. Not much of a girlfriend. I never seem to get a lot. Take a jumbo across the water like to see America. See the girls in California. I'm hoping it's gonna come true, but there's not a lot I can do. Could we have kippers for breakfast? Mommy dear, gotta have them in Texas, 'cause everyone's a millionaire. I'm a winner, I'm a sinner, do you want my autograph? I'm a loser, what a joker, I'm playing my jokes upon you. Well, there's nothing better to do. Hey, la ba bum, bum ba da da ba da bum ba bum. Ba 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 bum, bum ba da da ba da bum ba bum. Ba la la. La 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 la. Don't you look at my girlfriend, she's the only one I got. Not much of a girlfriend, I never seem to get along. What you got? Not a lot. Take a jumbo across the water like to see America. See the girls in California, I'm hoping it's gonna come true, but there's not a lot I can do. Hey, la ba bum, bum ba da da ba da bum ba bum. La ba bum, bum ba da da ba da bum bum bum. Hey, 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 la ba bum, bum ba da da ba da bum ba bum. Fa la la. La 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 la. Don't you look at my girlfriend, 'cause she's the only one I got. Not much of a girlfriend, I never seem to get along. What you got, not a lot. Take a jumbo, cross the water, like to see America. The girls in California, I'm hoping it's gonna come true, but there's not a lot I can do. Hey, oh, hey, 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 hey,
All right. It's a little extended jam edition of Breakfast in America. Evil Woman. Hey, Candace. Yeah, we'll see how the night progresses. I'm still a little bit under the weather, so I'm not, like, if I have the opportunity to end it early, I may just do that. I know that sounds probably pretty crappy, but Dave Jr., I heard cowbell. No, that's okay. I was just wondering what song you thought I was going to play. And Jessica Fox, thank you so much. I'm also glad to see that I'm feeling better. So okay. What were we going to do? Oh yeah. New York is my home. Wow. There's an obscure one. This is a duo or a duet with it was Paul Simon and I want to say somebody like what's his name? Paul Anka or somebody like that. And it's really, really nice. It's a beautiful song. I don't even remember what album it's from, to be perfectly honest with you. Let's see if I can even find it in here. Oh, Dion, that's right. Yeah, Dion. Oh yeah, we could do Imagine. Sure, we absolutely can. New York is my home by Dion. Okay, let me see if it rings a bell when I look at it, because it'll be I know that I've heard it a couple times, but it's not one that I regularly listen to. So, I'm gonna have to listen to that one again, because I'm looking at the verses and it's, yeah, I'm gonna have to listen to it again. But I might listen to it at a break real quick and see if I can pick it up. Sheesh. You're right, Dave. I will laugh. Dave, so this is when Dave said, hey, that's a ride tune. He said, I was watching you and my media player started to play an intro. I thought it was you at first. Well, if it sounded better, then I'm very happy that you got a moment where it sounded really good. Yes, that's right. It's from the Werewolf album, 100% Lana Frost. But I don't know it well enough to try it, but I will listen to it and try it. Let's see. Let's do Imagine. We had a couple of requests for that. I haven't played this song. Well, I mean, I played it since I played it a little while ago. I had not played this song in forever. It was always one of those songs that I never really paid attention to. And I don't know if it's just because I'm not a huge John Lennon fan, or if it's just because it was never anything that was totally in the mode of something that I would listen to. But regardless, it is a beautiful song and it has a beautiful message, and we should be prepared to share that message. All right, let's do a little beat for it. That's about right. Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above us on the sky. Imagine all the people living on today. You imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for, and no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will be as one. Imagine no possessions. I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger. Brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will live as one. There we go. And that has brought us pretty much right to the time of our first guest. Talk about time management. Sheesh. So good. We might even be like, oh no, we're exactly on time. I saw the counter flip over right when I hit the call button. Perfect. I love it. All right. Well, let's see if we can raise our first guest on the line. Excellent song suggestions, by the way. I was kind of a little bummed for the last little while because I haven't been getting any in the chat, and I was worried for a second that we no longer had any interest in the musical portion of the show. that was going to make me a little bit sad. All right, I've got our first guest with us here. He is actually got his camera done the right way automatically. We are dealing with 100% a professional here, so let's go ahead and bring him over. Ladies and gentlemen, we are talking with Mr. Sean Michael Penhale. Sean, are you there, sir?
I am, if you can hear me.
I sure can hear you. Thank you so much for joining us and making time. And let me ask you the very first question. Oh, can I actually just get you to turn down the Facebook feed? Perfect.
I got you. There you go.
Thank you. I heard myself telling myself welcome. It was very bizarre. Let me get the most important question out of the way. You and those around you, everybody okay and healthy and happy?
They are, absolutely, yes. Yeah, we've been sticking quarantine and just kind of doing some renovations around the house and just making sure everybody stays safe.
Good.
So.
That is the most important thing. Well, tell us a little bit about yourself. Yep. I've got you down here that you are working within the realm of finance, and I know that that's kind of like a blanket statement, so maybe you could refine that a little bit further for us.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's actually 3 of us here in Windsor. We run a brokerage called Solomon Financial, and really what we do, we broker for the financial industry in general. We all have different things that we specialize in, and so my 2 partners, their names are Sean as well. Sean. There's 3 of us. It's pretty funny in that regard. But we, so our brokerage, we do a lot of investment planning, protecting assets, growing assets. We also do a lot of health, dental benefits, life insurance, critical illness, really all facets of financial services. But really one of the things that we emphasize a lot is teaching people concepts and strategies that they may not be aware of, that they have access to. One of the things we always say is that banks aren't really in the business of teaching people how to get rich. They're in it for their shareholders, they're in it for their stock price, and people can do a lot better. They just need to know the right questions to ask someone to get a better solution that benefits them and their family, and not so much the shareholders of a bank. So
yeah, absolutely. That does clarify it. Thank you so much. Now, besides obviously, the name Sean being one of the keys to getting into this business, what is it that drew you to financial consulting as something you knew you wanted to do?
Oh man, that takes a bit of a story. I'll try to condense it.
No, go for it. We got nothing but time.
I used to be a competitive swimmer. I swam on Canada's national team for about 10 years. I had a full ride scholarship to the US, and I had come back to Canada, and unfortunately I was at the height of my career where it kind of cost the most. My parents and I were spending, mostly my parents, were spending about $2,500 to $3,000 a month just for my swim career. I was traveling every month somewhere in the US or overseas, and I was working for my uncle as a contract floor layer when I wasn't in the pool practicing. And I ended up running into one of the Seans. His foundation had cracked in his house. He was working from home that day, and my uncle and I were the ones renovating his basement. And everything that he talked about with money and concepts and just kind of understanding better questions and better solutions for people was always something that I had a sort of an interest in. I had taken a business marketing degree with a minor in finance from the University of Western Kentucky, and so him and I got into a conversation at the end of us fixing his basement, and we went out to Starbucks for what I thought was going to be an hour-long meeting. We actually sat there for about 4 hours, and we went through concept after concept after concept, and luckily I came from a family where we discussed money. My parents always discussed money with myself and my sisters. And so I had a very in-depth knowledge of my parents' financial situation. And so I was asking him questions about my parents' actual situation, not just coming up with random questions.
Sure, yeah.
And he was able to show me some concepts that, if they worked, would be able to free my parents up about $700 or $800 a month that they were spending towards interest or towards debt or towards taxation that they didn't need to be spending. And so we ended up sitting down with my parents a few weeks later, and we ended up freeing them up about $1,000 a month.
Wow.
And at that point, I said, you know what? I'd love to do this for other people. I know how much money's been a struggle for my family and my parents, especially with 3 kids, that this just seemed like an avenue that I was really interested in. And so, it's almost been a decade now. And I started in Alberta, moved out here 2.5 years ago. I knew nobody except for the 2 Seans. And over the last 2.5 years, people of Windsor have just really accepted us Alberta boys into the community. And yeah, we've had a really great time meeting people over the last couple of years. So
Yeah, that's a great story. It really shows that one of those interesting things where you have these inquisitive questions, maybe for your entire life, and it's not something you focused on as a career, and then all of a sudden, bam, it just hits you in your face. Oh, look, here's my career.
yeah.
I want to ask, a lot of people, are really kind of very secluded or private when it comes to their finance, and a lot of it may arise out of concern that, well, if I go talk to a financial guy and I've made a few financial errors, he's going to think I'm an idiot and I don't know what to do with my money, and there's a hubris that happens there. How do you kind of alleviate people's concern about maybe that they're going to feel a little sheepish talking to you about mistakes that they've made?
I mean, I think the first thing that most people have to understand is that every single person has made a mistake at one point in their life financially, myself included. I was the 18, 19-year-old kid who, you know, qualified for the national team. I started getting paid to swim. So I decided I'd go out there and get myself a credit card. And after a few months, they increased my limit, and I'm traveling the world enjoying myself. And the next thing you know, I got hurt. I lost my funding from Swimming Canada, and now I have a credit card to pay for that I had no job with. Right? I think everybody gets in situations like that, but we always use the analogy that financial issues are kind of like sitting on the couch and you get up to go get a drink or something, and you stub your toe on the coffee table, and you're really afraid of looking at your toe because it might be bleeding, you might have broke it because it just hurts so bad.
Yeah.
But unless you take your sock off and see it, you're never going to know how bad it actually is. And most of the time, and like I said, it's been 10 years almost, most of the time, people are not even close to as bad of a situation as they think they are. They think they're so far gone that there's no help. And we've really built a great name for our brokerage here in the last few years because we run free money classes every week. We do everything from the basics of money all the way up to real estate, taxation, retirement. And people just come and learn. They learn that their situation isn't as bad. And also when they sit in a group of 12 or 15 or 20 other guests, they realize that they're not the only ones asking questions.
Right.
And that's really all I can say is most people, they've blown it out of proportion and they really aren't in a bad situation as much as they think they are.
Yeah. I heard you mention credit card debt, and if we were doing the Family Feud style, top 10 or top 5 answers or top 3 answers are on the board, what would you say the most common mistakes or traps people fall into? And I would have buzzed in with credit card debt right away because I went through that when I was a student for sure.
Yeah, credit card debt's a big one. And it's kind of tough because everybody's situation is different.
Sure.
But most people have a credit card debt. The second biggest one, and the one that's a lot more fearful for me, I think, is most people count on their job to provide life insurance for themselves. And if you check most life insurance documents in a company, it's 1 year's worth of income, right? And if you have a mortgage that's $100,000 and you only make $50,000, well, if someone passes away, how are you going to pay for that house?
Right.
How are you going to put your kids through school? And you don't need to have, most people don't need to have $1 million, $2 million in life insurance, but they need to have something. I would say that's probably the biggest one. The third one, the biggest one I would say is mortgages. Most people don't really realize that there's an alternative to a mortgage that's better for the consumer, um, but unfortunately, it's not as profitable to a bank. Um, and most people are just taught go to the bank, get a mortgage, and pay it off. But unfortunately, math. The one thing I love about math is math doesn't lie,
Yeah.
and it's either right or wrong. And simple 25 minutes with a prospective client if who has a mortgage, we can show them that there may be an alternative to pay your house off faster and actually save you a lot of money in the long term.
Wow.
So
That's amazing. A lot of times folks that are living paycheck to paycheck, because and I certainly may fall under that category, let's say, because we don't know enough about investing, or we're not very careful with our money or whatever. Sometimes we see a lot of these lending companies that are out there, like the Money Marts of the world and the Easy Cash and Cash for You, and they operate on what seems to be a rather predatory lending scheme, but they also kind of draw you in with this promise of, oh well, if you have bad credit, just take a loan out with us and we'll help you reestablish your credit. Is that a myth, or is there truth to that?
um, there's a little bit of truth to that. The challenge with it is that the interest rates they're just so high. Um, and most people who go to an institution like that to try to rebuild your credit, um, it's going to take way longer, and there's a much, much faster way to do it than going to an institution like that. I mean, you're looking at, your interest rate can be anywhere from 30 to, I've seen them as high as 229%,
Oh my gosh.
which is just unreal.
Yeah.
But if you look at the documents inside of it, your interest might be $50 of what you owe them, but $49.50 of it is just interest, and only $50 goes, or
Yeah.
50 cents goes to pay off what you're supposed to pay off, right?
Yeah.
And there are so many better, more efficient, effective ways to rebuild credit than going to an institution like that.
Yeah, fair enough. What about folks that may think, well, investing is a young man's game, and it's something that I should have gotten into in my late 20s, maybe my early 30s, when I was really starting to build my life and build my career. And now that I've passed that age, it's too late for me to get into it. I won't see a return on anything quickly enough to make it valuable to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's maybe not the best way to think about it, because it's never too late. I mean, one of the challenges is that, in your 30s and 40s, most people are having kids. They don't really have maybe as much discretionary income as they'd like to have, with all the added costs of kids and stuff like that. And then once you get to 50 and 60, your kids are out, but maybe you don't have quite the nest egg that you want. There's always great, safe solutions that anybody can take advantage of. And really, the biggest key to it is, I believe that they definitely need to start younger. There's no doubt about it that the earlier you start, um, the better off you're going to be. I mean, you're giving your money way more time to compound, way more time to grow, and there's definitely an aspect of that. But just because you're 10 or 15 years away from retirement, um, doesn't mean that it's too late for you. Um, you can still get great 3 and 4 and 5% returns without risking a lot of your asset. Um, and 5% over 10 years, it's a big number.
Yeah.
There's something called the rule of 72 that most people just don't know about. It works for both debt as well as growing money, but you take whatever your interest rate is and you divide it into 72, and that'll tell you how many years it takes for your money to double. And so if you're getting a 7% rate of return, it's going to take your money 10 years to double, right?
Okay.
Because 7 into 72 is 7.2,
Sure.
10.2 times, right? So if you're 50 and you've got $100,000, 7% can sometimes be a little bit more aggressive, but if you could take your 100 to 200 by the time you retire, you've just doubled or tripled your retirement time, right? How much money you want to have, how long you can be retired for. And so, there's no time like the present, especially right now, in a market that is on sale. Now is the best time to be saving money. Um, I always relate it to cars, mainly because I'm a car guy. You could relate it to shoes or guitars. Chris, if I said, those guitars behind you, if I said that they were $100 a piece right now, you'd go buy a bunch,
Yeah.
right? They're way less expensive than they normally are. Um, but if I told you they were $4,000 now, you'd be like, that's a little bit more expensive than I'm used to paying for a guitar like that. So you wouldn't do it, right?
Right.
But if you could sell it for 4,000, you'd sell it for 4,000.
Sure.
And that's really what the market is right now. The market is very depressed, just because of everything that's going on, and things are on sale. And now is the best time to save money, especially if you are 10 or 15 years out from retirement time. There's going to be more money made this year and next year than there has in the last 5 or 6 years.
So when we talk about the fact that the market is losing money and the market is depressed and so on and so forth, and we hear people all the time, or I hear people all the time that are constantly monitoring their retirement investments and seeing that number fall right now because the market is in sort of a free fall. How do we alleviate that fear and say that, well, yeah, of course it's going to go back up? Is it just because you can look historically and say, yeah, it's gone back up every time it goes down, it goes back up? It's just the law of averages.
Yeah, exactly. My job, we joke a lot in financial services, is that a lot of us really just psychologists, and we have to manage our clients' emotions, especially at a time like this. Um, Really, what I tell my clients is, unless you need your retirement assets today, there's no need to worry, because it's not so much about the what we call market value, right? So, the best way to describe market value is, what is the value of your retirement today? And it'll change tomorrow, and it'll change the next day based on how your investments do. But that's just a number. Really, what you want to know about is the how many units do you have, right? So if I have 100 units and they're worth $100, I've got $10,000. But if I've got $100 and they're worth $50, well, I still have the same 100 units I had before. It's just that they're not selling for the right price right now. And so a lot of people look at their accounts that are going down, and they're fearful because they think that they're losing money. But in reality, you're not losing money until you actually sell your investment. Once you sell your investment and you get rid of the units, now you've actually lost money. Um, and so we really just stress that, you know, every single person, every single person's situation is different, and every single person needs to be in the right risk tolerance based on their age, their job status, their family status, and every financial advisor has the ability to give a person what's called a risk tolerance questionnaire. And if you're in the right risk tolerance, you should never worry, what's going on. People who are in a lot riskier investments right now have lost 40 or 50% of what their assets were. But people who weren't in that risky, they've only lost maybe 3, 4, 5, 6%, you know? And that's why every single person's situation is different. You need to make sure that your financial advisor puts you in the right investment that is right for you, um, because everyone's emotions are different.
Yeah. I remember
Yeah.
my mom going through this with my grandfather when he was going through investments, and he was always very much a high risk investor, and my mom was always terrified about about that. She's like, just take something
Yeah.
lower so it's more stable, and he was always like, no, we're gonna ride this thing like a roulette wheel. Um, I have a comment here I have a comment in the comments. That makes a lot of sense. I have someone in the comments that has a comment, and feel free to address this however you wish. Joe Tessier says, "Can you tell us more about the 72 rule?"
The rule of 72. Yeah. So um, it's easier to draw. I wish I had a whiteboard right now. So if you take the, so I'll use growth for example. If you're trying to grow money, um, if you have a GIC at a bank and you're getting 2% is what the bank's giving you. If you divide 72 by 2%, you get 36, which means if you gave the bank $10,000, 36 years from now, you will have $20,000. Okay. But if you went and got, let's say, 4%, okay, 4 into 72 is
18.
18, right? And so if you had $10,000 given to the bank and you went the same 36 years, okay, your 10 would become 20 at year 18, and your 20 would actually become 40 at year 36. And so you really have to look at it from a standpoint, and this is one of the things that a very good financial advisor will do for their clients, and that is if you were going to go on a vacation, let's say to Florida, you wanted to go on a road trip, you wouldn't get in your car and just start driving without a map, without money, without food. You'd be like, we're going to drive for 8 hours and we're going to stop in, Ohio, and we're going to grab some food and we're going to rent a hotel, and then the next day we're going to continue on. And a good financial plan does just that. They say, well, where do you want to go, right? What do you want retirement time to look like? Uh, you know, what are you willing to do to get to retirement time and make this happen? How much money can you put aside every month? Um, but unfortunately, over the last 10 years, the amount of financial advisors that actually ask tough questions like that are very far and few between, unfortunately. And so a person who wants a lot of money in retirement time, they either have to put more money aside every month than someone else, or they just have to get a bigger rate of return, right? And use the rule of 72 to their advantage. And so there's always another way to get something that they want, right? There's no one way to get to retirement time because every single person wants it to look different.
Right.
But hopefully that answers the question around a
Yeah,
little bit more.
it does. He has a couple of addendums here, and I don't know if they make
Sure.
sense in the thing he says. So that is based on the same interest rate for the whole entire time. I'm assuming you would just redo the calculation if you have a variable interest rate.
Uh, yeah. So it fluctuates, give or take. Give or take a little bit because you're not going to get 6% every single year like clockwork.
Right.
You might with it, in a GIC, if you got a 10-year GIC, you would get, 2% for 10 years. Um, but yeah, exactly. Whatever the interest rate is that time, that's how it works. And the same thing goes with debt, right? If you had $10,000 worth of debt and you had an interest rate of 2%, your debt would go from 10 to 20 inside 36 years if you didn't pay it off.
Right.
But unfortunately, most credit cards aren't 2%.
Yeah.
They're 19%. They're 29%.
Yeah.
And when you start doing the calculations with the rule of 72 to someone's debt, man, I mean, imagine your debt was 36%, which means if you didn't pay your debt off every 2 years, you would put more debt on than you actually paid off.
Yeah.
Which is scary.
That is super scary. The other thing he adds on in there is factor in the cost of living or invest with a company that factors in the growth of cost of living. Does that?
Correct. And he's talking about something called inflation. Most people, and this is one of the biggest things that frustrated me about my family when I was growing up, is no one ever made sure that my parents involved the cost of living, right? And if you look at what's called the Consumer Price Index, it tells you what the inflation of society is. But unfortunately, over the last 20, 30 years, the actual like investments, the things that they track, like housing costs and gas costs and food costs, those things have actually changed over the last 20, 30 years. And it keeps the cost of the consumer price index, it keeps it around that 2.7 to 3% inflation. But if you took a look at real estate, for example, right? Real estate in Windsor, look what it's done over the last 5 years.
Yeah.
Right? It's not doing 3%, it's doing 15%, right? And if you want to save for a house, every year you have to save more than 15% more of your money just to keep up with the housing costs that are going up, right?
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I have a big challenge especially when I see banking commercials that are like, oh, just if you save $300 a month from now till then, you'll have your retirement time. And then I go and I calculate it on my computer, and I'm like, they didn't factor in inflation, right? Things are getting more expensive,
Yeah.
and we're going to see what happens when this whole COVID thing comes out. I don't see things getting less expensive.
Yeah. He makes one one final comment in here, and I don't know that he means it. It sounds kind of antagonistic, and I don't think he means it that way. But I think it's a question, or it's a concern that a lot of folks have, right? And it's because it's one of those touchy subjects, like money, like finance, right? I mean, it's something that's so fundamentally important to everyone. But so he says, let's be honest, it's not made to make us rich. Finance companies make the bucks off of our money. I'm assuming he's referring to banks at that point. But that's the comment verbatim. So
yeah, I mean, I think every single company is there to make a profit. I mean, if you don't think that your job is making more money off of you than you're making, unfortunately, you've got to look realistically. But that being said, I mean, financial companies, they have to make money, yes, but it is so minuscule. It is, a lot of their fees can be 0.5%. 1%. I mean, the highest fee that I've ever seen is, call it 3, give or take. And that's in a very particular area. That is for somebody who wants to never lose their money when they die, so that they can pass their money on to their kids. And that's what's called estate planning. Fees for that kind of thing are a lot higher, absolutely. But at the same time, I mean, what's the alternative? I mean, one of the Sean's yesterday, actually, I don't know the gentleman's name, and I wouldn't use the name anyways, but we met this gentleman about 3-4 years ago. I wasn't in Windsor at this time, and he was like, I don't like paying fees. I don't like someone managing my money. I'm going to do it myself. So he self-trades. He trades by himself constantly all the time. He's been doing it for 2 years. Over the course of the last 4 months, and this was a conversation that we had yesterday with this gentleman, he lost more than 50% of his asset.
Ouch.
What he wanted to retire on, he lost more than 50% because his job is to do his job. His job is not to sit in front of a computer and read financial statements and read, like, there's a reason why there is a fee. And if you don't think that that person deserves a small percentage of a fee to make sure that you lose less money, I mean, you can try it yourself, but unfortunately, statistics show that anybody who tries to manage their own money doesn't do as good as somebody, even with the fee added. And there's lots of statistics that can go on, and but at the same time, I mean, everybody's entitled to their own opinion.
Yeah.
If someone wants to trade their own investments, like I always say, have at it. And I hope you do really well, because there are people out there who they trade very well, they make very good decisions, but that doesn't mean you can just take a course on trading and all of a sudden you're going to be a millionaire.
Sure. Yeah.
But that's what people are sold. People are sold this, well, if I trade it myself and I don't pay the 1% fee, I'll be so much more rich. Yeah, but you might make a mistake too.
Yeah. He did clarify. He said yes, and I'm assuming that the yes meant when I said that he was referring to banks.
Yeah, banks are an interesting thing because we give them our money. They give us a GIC of 1 or 2% back. But banks don't hold money in a vault anymore. If you think that they open up a vault and they just see coins, like when I was, when I was 6 and 7 years old going to the bank for the first time, money was in the vault, right? Yeah. It's now all just electronic. But a person, I mean, banks operate on what's called, I think we're going a little bit over time, so I'll try to keep this short. Banks operate on something called fractional reserve system, which means every dollar that I lend to the bank, so every dollar I give to the bank is allowed to lend out $10 to anybody they want. And unfortunately, 90% of the money the banks lend out, they don't have a secure asset. They don't have it. It's just imaginary. And what they're hoping for is that we as people don't come to the front door and ask for our money back all at the same time.
Right.
Because they wouldn't have it.
Yeah.
And I was talking to a friend kind of 3 weeks after this COVID thing started who works at the bank, and they actually limited people to withdrawing $4,000 out of their bank accounts or investment accounts on a weekly basis. And so you weren't allowed to just come in and take all your money out at once. They had a daily limit, and once people reached that limit, the banks closed down. They shut their doors and they said, "We'll open up tomorrow, but we're not giving you guys any more money today."
That's a scene I remember very fondly from the wonderful holiday tradition of Frank Capra's "It's a Wonderful Life," right? Where the building and loan, everybody wants to make a run on the bank and pull all their money out because of the depression, and they come up with a different scheme of, because they don't actually have the money because the money's invested in a bunch of different places.
Yeah, exactly. They've lent it out for mortgages and loans and lines of credit, and it's actually not there.
Yeah. And don't worry about going overtime. This whole conversations are organic. We can talk as long as you're comfortable.
Sure.
Yeah. Let's address the elephant in the room, and that is, of course, the COVID thing. What is the most prudent thing for people to be doing right now when their personal economies are kind of up in the air?
It's the most prudent thing for them to be doing? Financial wise?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think in talking to a few people, it's been interesting because especially if someone qualifies for the CERB and stuff like that, maybe they're not making as much money as they were before, but luckily, because all the stores are shut down, you can't really spend it either.
Right.
You might have your bills and your mortgages and that kind of thing. And hopefully people are in a positive spot still, I hope. We're going through it just like everybody else. I mean, we've got office expenses plus lifestyle expenses and all that kind of stuff. So, we've definitely gone into our savings to do some stuff, but I think people are adapting fairly well. Hopefully people aren't spending too much online shopping.
Yeah, guilty.
But yeah, it's the only way to shop, and once you start doing it, you're like, you know what? It shows up a couple days later. It's fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think what people really need to look at from what's going on with COVID here is we have known for a long time that people in Canada and North America especially need to save more money. I mean, you go back 40, 50 years ago, people were saving 20% of their income. Now, to his point earlier is that, most people didn't keep up with inflation, and so, it's a little bit more challenging, definitely, to save money nowadays. But I think a lot of people, myself included, have really, hopefully, have looked at their life and said, you know what, I spend a lot of money on things that don't really matter, and aren't necessities for life, and 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 hopefully they'll come out of COVID realizing that they don't need to spend $300 or $400 on shopping every single week on new clothes,
Right.
or hopefully I love people. I love socializing. I'm not quite as much of a social butterfly as one of the other Seans. Um, but, hopefully people realize that they don't need to spend $200 and $300 going to the club every weekend,
Right.
and hopefully people will start to realize that maybe they do need to put money away for a rainy day. And it doesn't need to be COVID. It could be a loss of a job. It could be a Chrysler plant shutdown. It could be whatever. But I think this is going to start to hopefully people will start to realize they need to start saving more money.
Yeah.
Myself included, like I said. I mean, my job it's fun and I love it to death, but I go out too much. I take people out for lunch and dinners all the time, and you know, and I'm at the same time I was like, man, I spend X amount of dollars every month. I don't know what I'm going to do during COVID, but I'm also not spending money taking people out for lunch and dinners all the time now. So
Sure. Sure.
um, it's been an interesting kind of revelation, and I think a lot of people are having the same revelations as well.
Yeah. Let's talk a little bit for a second about investing, and one of the questions I'm sure a lot of people have would be something along the lines of, I'd really love to start investing or start, seeing the possibilities for investing, but I don't have an extra $100,000 that I can just kind of throw around and toss in. What's an appropriate amount of money to bring to the table when you're considering getting started in investments?
That's a great question. We answer this one quite frequently, and the answer is as much as a person can do. If a person can do $25 a month, do $25 a month. Um, you know, and I have a lot of friends and stuff like that that work at other companies. And it's not to say that they're good or bad, but if you take a look at a company like Investors Group, great company, but unfortunately, a year or two ago, they restructured and they redesigned themselves as a bit more of a high net worth client. And if you didn't meet their minimum firm of 100 grand or $250,000, well, they wouldn't accept you as a client unless you're a family or a friend. And I always had a big problem with that because that wasn't the category that my family fit into. My parents could put away a couple $100 a month, even though I was swimming, even though my sisters were playing sports as well. But they always felt like they weren't getting the same advice as somebody who had $250,000, you know? And I'm a big believer that whether a person has $25 a month to save or whether they've got $1 million to invest with me, I treat every single person the exact same. It's about knowledge. It's about strategy to get you to where you want to go, and it doesn't matter how much you want to save. Unfortunately, a lot of people say, oh, my financial advisor needs me to save $500 a month with him. No, he doesn't. you know Go find someone else that cares more about you and your goals and what you want,
Right.
and not so much about how fast their book of business is growing. I want to we will Solomon Financial is really built to teach people about concepts and strategies they can utilize in their own life. And I'm sure he won't mind me using his name, but we have a gentleman named Gary who comes to our office every single week, pretty much. He's been coming for probably the better part of 9 months, maybe. Every Wednesday night, he comes to the office like clockwork. To this day, he is still not a client of ours. He comes to learn. We don't pressure sell him, and he'll be the first one to acknowledge that. It's knowledge. And if a person has more knowledge, they're more willing to make an informed decision that will better their life. And that's really where we've separated ourselves from a lot of the Edward Joneses and Sun Lifes and all that kind of stuff.
Sure.
And we just take a different approach. But yeah, to answer your question, it's $25 a month.
Yeah. It's
save
better.
what you can.
It's better than zero.
Yeah, it's better than zero. And you know what? We have a funny analogy in our office about we relate it to working out a lot. Our office uses a lot of analogies, so sorry if I have a lot of different stories. But you don't go to the gym and put 500 pounds on the squat rack and start trying to lift 500 pounds. You go to the gym and maybe you work with the bar. Maybe you get your technique right at 45 pounds. And once your legs get strong enough, you start putting weight on there, and you get to 95 pounds and 150 pounds and 200 pounds. Saving money is exactly the same way. It is start with $25 a month, and when you get that raise at work, add $10 to it, make it 35. You started that savings muscle. Now start to grow that savings muscle, and sooner or later you'll look up 2 years later, 3 years later, and now you're saving $100 or $150 every 2 weeks when you get a paycheck, and you go on vacation, without having to put on a credit card and be stressed about paying your credit card bill off.
Right. What would you say the danger is to someone who just wants to be or wants to coast through with the philosophy of, and I'll admit I was like this when I was younger, and like by younger I mean last week. Wants to coast through everything with the attitude of, well, you know what, I work really hard for the money that I do have coming in, and I want to enjoy it while I'm still at the age where I can enjoy it. I'm not really worried about what's going to happen, 20 or 30 years down the road. I may not retire like a millionaire, but I'm going to live like one until then.
What would I say to that person?
Besides, listen, stupid.
Yeah, I wouldn't quite say it that way. It's an interesting conversation. I mean, we have a lot more conversations like that when it comes to life insurance, more so than investments, because I think everybody realizes that they make money and they want to live their life now while they can, which is great. I fully endorse that. But there's gonna come a period of time where you're not working, you're not earning enough money, and if you didn't put something away, you're screwed.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know of many people right now who could live on the $1,200 a month that CPP and OAS give you after taxes.
Yeah.
So the real question then becomes and this, I don't like using taglines or sayings that other people have, but unfortunately, if you don't sacrifice some things now, what you want to have your life look like in the future becomes what you're going to sacrifice. So it's one or the other.
Right.
You're either going to retire and be able to enjoy your time, whatever, golfing, whatever, um, or you can spend it now and have fun and buy fancy things and cars and boats and whatever. But one way or another, you're sacrificing something. So you just have to realize that, like there's a pro and con to everything.
Sure. Yeah. Well put. Because I was totally one of those. I'm gonna live rich and die poor, which I suddenly realized was a really dumb philosophy that we're we're working to change. But
As we get older, we get a little smarter and wiser. So
yeah, I'm hoping that I get older faster, so I get wiser faster. That's I think I want to
I
do that.
agree.
Yeah, I'm going to apply the rule of 72 to making best thoughtful decisions.
There you go. Yeah, there you go.
I want to thank you so much for being willing to lend your voice and your expertise to the conversation. It's been so nice to talk to somebody. I talk to a lot of musicians and artists and performers, and that's awesome. But it's so nice to have a conversation sometimes that from a different area, completely outside my wheelhouse. Where I get to learn a whole lot from these conversations. I hope other people learned a lot as well. What I would ask of you, if you're comfortable with it, at the end, just pop in any links that you might have, to your investment group or
Sure.
to these classes that you were speaking of, so that people can take advantage of it. Because I think that's phenomenal that you guys are willing to extend that courtesy. That's great. And I want to ask, the same question I've been asking everybody at the end, is, we all know the rules. This is now getting, basically just in your own personal opinion about things. We all know the rules of what we're supposed to be doing and not supposed to be doing during this time, but what do you think people should or shouldn't be doing during this kind of pandemic? And if we are doing something, can we be doing it better?
Um, you know, I struggle with this question. I've seen lots of, facts, like everybody else. I've seen lots of facts and videos and evidence and reports and conversations on both sides of what's going on right now. Um, and my biggest take on it is, um, personally, is you need to be able to take responsibility for your choices and the things that you are doing. Um, things like washing your hands. I'm not a big I'm not a big wearing the mask guy, or wearing gloves or anything like that. But if I go to a store and they want me to wear it, I wear it without putting up a fuss.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Um, but I don't. My personal opinion is, I don't know if this is as bad as we're being told it is. But that doesn't mean that I'm not exercising caution. I mean,
Sure.
I don't want to be the 31-year-old that catches a virus unknowingly and then goes somewhere and gives it to 15 other people and maybe somebody dies.
Yeah.
You know, um, and so I'm exercising the
Yeah.
keep my distance from people if I need to, if I'm in that setting. I haven't really left my house, to be honest. I try to do as much work from here as I can. If I have to go to the office, it's fine, because the Shawns are pretty much the only ones that go to the office. Um, but you have to be willing to accept 100% responsibility. And if that means that you're okay with going out, catching COVID, giving it to somebody, and that person dying, I would argue that's not right. But I'm not going to tell you not to live your life.
Right.
You know, I think if we follow the rules and the guidelines that have been put in place so far, um, whether you believe them or don't believe them, or think it's real or don't think it's real, um, you know, stay away from people, don't cough on people. I mean, these are things that people have known for years. I
Yeah.
don't know why this is something that is just being talked about now.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, I mean, that's kind of my take on it as of now. I mean, I don't want to be the guy that gives it to somebody. So, I'm healthy. I'm not worried personally, but I really don't want to give it to somebody that's not healthy.
Yeah, agreed. I'm tending to try to explain it now as, think of the world at large as Chicago in the early 1900s, and you don't want to be Mrs. O'Leary's cow, right? You don't want to be the one that tips over the lantern and sets the entire town on fire. So don't be a cow.
Yeah.
that's
exactly.
That's my advice.
Pretty much.
Well, one of the trifecta of Sean's. I really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. And please do drop those links in so people can check you guys out, and hopefully learn a little bit more about how to safeguard our futures.
Absolutely, man. I appreciate the time today. It was great chatting with you.
Yeah, great to meet you as well, and the very best to everyone that you know, and be safe and healthy and happy.
You as well.
All right, Sean. Take care.
You too, Chris. Thanks.
Well, an illuminating discussion. I love it. And again, I feel like I need to clarify. I don't necessarily mind that we're talking to a bunch of artists and performers, but sometimes it is nice to get a different perspective on things. And speaking of something a little bit different, let's go to some music here for a second. We're going to hear from Denigan. We heard one of her tunes the other day. We're going to hear Sunshine Dan.
You can tell me, baby, that it ain't gonna work tonight. Some saying life's too hard, but it's them that are too soft on the inside. I keep a pair of my shoes and my favorite coat at the door, 'cause I know as soon as you leave, I'll be running right after you for more. Poor little lady, I'll make you go crazy tonight. I'll drown you with my music. I'll put you in the spotlight, 'cause I can be an astronaut on a 6-week mission, and misbehaving was to be more than some silly tradition. So I drink a little jar of liquid glitter to drink my cheeks up brighter. They said, well, a drop should do. They don't know about my fire. And I act as someone who stand to live without you beside her. But darling, you should know I'm a liar. I had an idea, a suggestion of sorts, where you grab your boots and we head to the shore. 'Cause I hear some people are happy. Yeah, they don't fake it, it just comes naturally. And they write books and try to sell their copies, but no one ever makes back the money they spend. know I'm a liar. I'm a liar. I'm a liar. I'm a liar. Well, poor little lady, I'll make you go crazy tonight.
What a nice song. What a nice song by a nice person. I love it. Great. All right, we've got about 4 minutes. We got time for one more tune before we get to our next guest, Mr. Phil Kane. Very excited to talk to Phil. So let's get this guy going here. Get a little beat going for this one. Little bongo in there. We'll do one cowbell for Mr. Sean Fathers. There it is. No, maybe we'll do a little syncopated rhythm. There we go. I like that.
Mama, take this badge off of me. I can't use it anymore. It's getting dark to see. Feel I'm knocking on heaven's door. 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 Mama put my guns in the ground, 'cause I can't shoot them anymore. Long black clouds coming down. Feel I'm knocking on heaven's door. Knocking on heaven's door. Knocking on heaven's door. Knocking on heaven's door. Knocking on heaven's door.
I do not have the guitar chops to fill that song out the way it should be filled out. Unlike our next guest, who I'm going to get on the line right now, Mr. Phil Kane. If you've been interested at all in jazz, then you should check this cat out because he's got some amazing, amazing jazz skills. He hosts a regular open mic night or jam night at the Spitfire pub in Tecumseh Town. I had the absolute pleasure of going and being entertained by all of his guests, all of his guest musicians. I even had the opportunity to sit in. It was probably a mistake that he'll never make again, but that's okay. I enjoyed that brief moment of sunshine, and we're going to get him over right now into the discussion. Here we go. Mr. Phil Kane, are you there, sir? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Am I on?
You are. Yes. Sorry. I didn't hear your response. I had it muted. There we are. Excellent. Welcome. Well, first, let me ask you the most important question I'm asking everybody, of course, and that is,
yep.
Apart from that COVID cough that you just had, how is everybody at your place? Everybody doing well?
Well, we're fine. My wife of 40 long and wonderful years, Carol, and her 92-year-old mom live with us out here in St. Clair Beach, and they're both doing fine.
Good.
We don't. Barbara doesn't really go anywhere because she's 92, so we're not getting her out there very often. Her twin brother lives down at the Chartwell residence on the lake at the bottom of Manning Road, but of course he can't go out. So they walk around and he comes out on the balcony and they have a chat. And that sort of works. I think it's hard for Barb not to be seeing her twin brother.
For sure.
She would normally be hanging with him 2-3 times a week.
Yeah.
Go over and have tea and so on and so forth. Or if they're having liver and onions, she's there because that's her favorite.
Nice.
Right. So, and I'm hanging in, trying to figure out stuff to do. It's gardening time, so I have a pretty big veggie garden, and it's all dug in, and manure's dug in, and that's sort of waiting for it to get warm enough. So I've been finding, I go out and do something physical. You feel better for that, and I'm trying to practice as often as possible. So I have been actually practicing guitar a couple, 3, 4, or 5 times a week for an hour plus. And that's good. So it keeps my fingers moving.
Yeah.
I find I'm not singing very much. And so I'm even finding it in my speaking voice. But I've been trying to do various little movies, little video clips and stuff. And I find that, the pipes just aren't there like they have been since I moved back here 4 years ago. For a good long time, there I was doing 8 gigs a month.
Yeah.
And that means I'm singing 35 songs or 30 songs,
Yeah.
So that really gets your pipes in shape, But not singing is that's a hard go.
Yeah, for sure.
As well as not collaborating.
Let's
right, which is my main thing.
Let me ask you a bit about your style, because you are an absolutely phenomenal jazz guitarist, and I wonder what it is that led you down that road in the era of pop music and rock music. What is it about the jazz scene that really kind of floated your boat?
I don't really consider myself a jazz guitar guy. Like I don't play the real hard stuff. I'm a jazzy player. I'm a jazz influenced player. But I try to be a little more down the middle of the road for that, so that even my jazz playing, for the most part, it is something that non-jazz people can still identify with and hang with. Playing, improvising off songs that people have heard and stuff like that. And people say quickly, "Oh, you're a jazz guy." Well, dude, you never heard me sing a country song,
Well,
and I played lots of metal, I played lots of, we just called it heavy rock, you know. We played one of the road bands I was in. We played stuff like Motorhead and AC/DC and all that sort of thing. You know, I came up playing guitar. One of the first bands I was in, we played Black Sabbath and Deep Purple. They were the popular songs of the day.
Sure.
But we played that. I didn't really start playing much jazz until in my middle 20s, I don't think. Loved jazz music around the house,
Yeah.
you know. But again, my dad was not a hardcore jazz guy. But, you know, there's some Nat King Cole of him not singing, just playing piano and stuff like that. He had a few jazzy albums. But, I mean, there was no, like, Coltrane and Miles Davis. And
Yeah. Yeah.
that stuff wasn't in the house. My dad already knew that music, I guess. He was born in about 1930. So, you know, he knew all that stuff. And he explained to me how jazz worked when I was a kid. I'd be 8 or 9 years old. And he said, here's how it works, you know. And
Okay,
here's
well-
how all this big band jazz works.
Well, let me ask you about that real quick before I lose it, because
Sure.
that's fundamentally interesting to me, because I have no idea how to explain jazz to myself as at the tender age of 47, let alone if my 9-year-old came to me and asked me, please explain to me how jazz works. Okay, so I want what your dad told you as how jazz works.
Yeah, I mean, he was trying to explain how the big band stuff works, where they, you know, in a big band tune, like a Glenn Miller-ish thing, the singer doesn't come in until the second chorus. The first chorus, the band states the theme and maybe with some embellishment, and then the singer sings the theme, and then the band continues with the arrangement, however that's going to be. But the jazzy thing in a nutshell that I see is you have a melody, you have a song, and it's often, unless, you know, Chick Corea is writing his own piece, this has evolved into that kind of thing, but jazz started, you would take a popular tune of the day, something that everyone knows, and you would play that part, state the theme, tell us what the song is. Oh, I know that song, you know, on the sunny side of the street, oh yeah. And then you make up your own melody based on that melody. So based on the stuff that's been presented, now you're going to embellish that with your own idea of what you could play over top of that. So at its best, it's kind of spontaneous composition over a known framework.
Okay.
You know, when you see the more hardcore jazz acts now, they might not be picking a song that you've ever heard. And then they're really going to take it, we call it taking it outside. We're going to change the harmony. We're going to change the rhythmic structure of that and make it something completely different, you know. And I'll go to those places when I'm playing, I think. You know, you get to a point where, well, you just want to make a big noise.
Yeah.
You know, you get more and more intense, and, well, the most thing you can do is scream.
Yeah.
So I'll scream away for a while, right? So that's sort of how I approach it.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
I'll take a song that people know. Everybody knows the theme from the Flintstones.
Yeah.
Well, great. It's one of the greatest jazz progressions ever. It's the progression from I've Got Rhythm. So every musician worth his salt can play that progression. Everybody can, you know, every piano player that ever went onto a piano can play Heart and Soul.
Yeah.
There it is. So I'll often take a piece of music that is familiar, and then I'll improvise on that.
Yeah.
And the other part of it, which is so near to my heart, is the musical conversation. The rhythm section in a good jazz group is not just hammering out the chords and the rhythm while some guy wails a bunch of notes over top of it.
Right.
You know, which, you know, often in a rock context or a pop context, when you're backing the soloist, well, you stay really close to home because that's the nature of that thing. So if I'm playing a rock guitar solo, or if I'm backing up a rock guy, well, then you stay within that style and within that form. But when since I've been playing back here in Windsor, I've been really, really, it's part fortunate and part calculated to play with people who can play in this conversational way. And you came out to our little jam.
I sure
and
did.
Joined right in the conversation. You knew exactly what to do. We're playing this song. It's in this key, and here we go. And you go, well, yeah, this is what the piano guy does in this song.
Yeah.
But when I'm playing with people like Phil Hill or Merrill, I think that was who you got to play with.
Yes.
Merrill Mills. Or when I was doing my Nola's gig there, I'm playing with the inimitable Josh Zalev.
Yeah.
The inscrutable Josh, or Bill Loop, and Vanessa Harnish. Oh my gosh, what a conversationalist she is.
Yeah.
And same with Damon Sumas. Those people, when you're playing, they're listening to what you're doing. They're listening to what I'm doing, and they're improvising off of that while still staying within the framework of the song.
Sure.
So I don't want it to get so weird that people get lost.
Yeah.
If it's a swing song, yeah, we should be having a swing rhythm through this whole thing. But then you get somebody like Vanessa on the drums, and I go da 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 da, and she goes da 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 right back at me, and we have a little conversation within the song. And the same with someone like Josh. Of course, his conversations are laced with snide remarks and innuendo. As well as, and we have the game of quotes where you play little snippets of other songs within the song that you're playing.
Yeah.
Of course. So Josh is the first guy to throw in Rock Lobster or something like that, right in the middle of a 30s swing tune, right? He nails it. It's so great. So that's the fun, and to address one of your underlying or overlaying lines of questioning, that's one of the things I really, really miss. I can sit here and get my guitar and sing you a tune, but boy, that's not really where my heart lies. That's not really where that's not my musical neighborhood.
Yeah.
Even though that's what I started playing, like most guitar guys, right?
Yeah. And
back in those days, you would play Neil Young and Cat Stevens tunes and hope some girls liked it.
Yeah.
Basically.
And I didn't mean to pigeonhole. I didn't mean to pigeonhole you when I was suggesting. From the
it's
few
a very
times.
Common thing.
Yeah.
Because I asked somebody else that I met. They said, "Well, oh, you're a singer. Great, come down to the Sunday thing." Oh, but I'm not a jazz singer. I don't care. I don't care what kind of music the more different kinds of music that we do on a Sunday at the Spitfire pub there, the more different things, the better, I'm thinking. And I made it a point to learn many styles of playing, just from being in different bands over the years, and I survived playing music all through the dark days of disco in the early 80s, late 70s, early 80s, right? I sort of survived that, and I was in lots of top 40 kind of acts back then, playing Supertramp and lots of Billy Joel, whoever was popular in those days.
Yeah.
And the last road band that I was in that finished in '84, we finished as a rock trio, and like I say, playing Motorhead and AC/DC was a new band kind of then, so we learned some of their tunes, and we played all kinds of stuff like that, Cream, and
well, let me
heavy music.
Let me ask you this then, and before I do ask you this, I want to read out a couple of comments that I have here in the comments. I don't know, I feel like I want to call it a chat, and then I realize that they're video comments, and it's not really a chat, and then so I end up saying things like, I want to read a couple of the comments that I have here in the comments, and being cyclically redundant to death. But Denny Baster says that he finds your fingers move pretty good there, Phil. And Grady Kaplan says, we are lucky that Phil moved back to Windsor. Genius. I have learned so much from him. And Denny echoes that sentiment, meaning that he got to jam with you, and you're pretty awesome in his book, Phil. Your fingers are song candy to the ear. So there
well, there's two fellas that are sweet as can be.
Yeah.
There's two fellows that are just as sweet as can be, and I moved away from Windsor in '78 and moved back here 4 years ago. So I didn't know Danny, until this sort of recent times. And there's a guy, he's got a positive attitude and he's ready to play, and
Yeah.
he's a tasty player in a variety of genres. And I've had some sessions, like teaching sessions, I guess, with Grady, who sponges it all up. Boy, oh boy. And he works hard at it. He's a real guy. He's going to be a real deal guitar player.
Nice.
He's just a young fella.
Yeah.
Still in high school.
Well, let me ask you. Let me get back to the question that I was going to pose then, and that is, coming from a background as you do that is multi-genre or multi-stylistic, as you say, you kind of float with the flotsam and jetsam of the times.
Yep.
What is the one kind of playing that really speaks to you? Like, what's your favorite style of music to play, or is there?
Any style, as long as we can have the conversation. So if we're playing straight up blues, yeah, I love playing just straight ahead, 4 on the floor, double shuffle. Let's go. I love it. But not with a bunch of guys who are staring at their shoes.
Yeah.
Right? Let's get your head up, get to make jokes. I want to see you smiling. I want to be able to do these kind of things to have us go places and
Sure.
and take the song through various steps. So if that's a jazzy thing, that's great. If it's a blues thing, that's great. If it's country, yeah, I'm in.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, I can bend the strings. Let's go. I actually, for a while, this would probably be in about '77. I got into a thing where I subbed into different country bands around the county. If somebody wanted to take the weekend off, I'd get the call to go and be the lead player. And they always had a rhythm player who would face you. Their guitar would face me so I could see what the chords were. And then off we go. And I'm the kid, so I got to sing Johnny B. Good.
Right.
Going to be about 19 or 20 years old at the time. And in our house, we didn't listen to country music at all. It was sort of big band stuff and pop music of the day, I guess.
Yeah.
But so I just got into that, and I learned a ton of stuff from that. And some of these players, they're terrific players. Good rhythm section, solid drummer, solid bass player, and a good singer, and off you go. Playing at the Swingland Hotel in Emeryville, and various Knights of Columbus joints.
The Knights of Columbi,
like that,
yes.
Yes, Knights of Columbi. You can have more than one, but they weren't the Knights of Colombo, where you had to wear a wrinkled raincoat.
But there's just
There's
one thing I don't understand.
one thing.
Yeah, there's just one thing. Your crazy eye looking at the charts while your other crazy eye is looking at the crowd.
Yeah, there you go. No, Marty Feldman. Yes. So anywhere where you get to go and have a laugh and smile, I don't look down my nose at any style of music now. Because when you hear somebody in a particular style that you don't really dig, you might not dig 60s pop music, but man, if you hear Tom Jones,
yeah,
come on,
yeah,
it's everybody likes Tom Jones, everybody likes Willie Nelson. You just have to,
yeah,
because it's that. So I aspire to that. I aspire to that kind of thing where you can just play music that people will like it.
Yeah.
And labels be damned.
What's
Although, it's hard to sell it if you don't have a convenient label on it, isn't it?
Sure. What would you say the biggest lesson or takeaway you learned from playing in a road band was? Or playing in multiple road bands maybe? What was the biggest lesson that you...
Never leave your wallet in the dressing room. First rule of show business. The 3 rules of show business, right? Never leave your wallet in the dressing room. The second rule of show business is never apologize before you play. Because as soon as you apologize, you suck. You know, if you go, okay, I'm gonna do this new song, but my voice is kind of scratchy today, and I haven't really practiced the song very much because I just wrote it. You suck. Come on. You know, if you just say, here's my new song, and you play it, it might suck, it might not. So never apologize before you play, and always have a good ending. That's rule number 3.
Always have a good what? Sorry.
Because always have a good ending.
Oh, good ending. Okay.
Yep. Because if rule number 2 fails, at least you end all at the same time on the same chord, and people are compelled to clap for that. You've achieved that success of actually ending on time. Yeah. But always have a good ending.
That's actually one of my favorite things that Denny Basterish taught to the drummer in J Sharp Major was the concept of what he calls the 1-2 ending, where I do what I want to and you do what you want to.
He's got lots of cool stuff.
He does.
I mean, the other things about being on the road, eventually sort of learning how to take care of yourself. We ended up trying to do a lot of our own cooking, and this was not like a glamorous way of traveling. We were playing bars in Northern Ontario. You're in a dump for a week.
Yeah. And
then you pack up your stuff on Sunday and drive to the other one. And you do that for 3 or 4 months. At the end of that, you come out able to play, playing 6 nights a week, 7 nights a week, to sometimes hostile crowds. Well, you learn how to put on a show and you learn how to play.
Yeah.
So that's one of the biggest things, that I can walk on any stage, anytime with confidence and play, because I've already, done a million shows. So when I had the opportunity to play with some more famous guys, after I'd been back living in Toronto for a long time, I got to play with Jeff Healey a good deal, and therefore play with some of the famous people that he would be playing with at the time.
Yeah.
Like Steve Lukather from Toto and guys like that, And well, I mean, I'm not a rock star, never will be, but I can get up and play with these rock stars, and they don't kick me off the stage.
Yeah.
They dig it, because I'm a, I've been there. We've all been there. We've been on the stage. Let's go.
Yeah.
So that sort of idea helped up my profile a bit and make me more confident on my own as a band leader, front person, or even as a sideman to someone else, which I also like doing. Don't get to do enough of that. But the time spent on the road gave me that confidence.
That's interesting to me that, somebody that, usually when you develop a good deal, as you have, I would argue a great deal of proficiency on an instrument, is it's sometimes hard to relegate yourself back to being the supporting role or being the sideman role, to use those words. What about being the sideman to you is so appealing?
It's fun to support the song. After you play a bunch of different styles of music for a long, long time, the quote from one of those famous guys, maybe one of the Wrecking Crew or Waddy Wachtel, that is that parts is parts. So in this song, you may have a complicated part, and in the next song, you might just be going bonk, bonk, bonk for the whole thing. But that's your contribution to making that song great, to making that song sound great, to making that singer, that front person so comfortable that they can just let her rip, right? If you got a band behind you that loves you and supports you, well, then you're going to sing and play better.
Yeah.
So, and I have been supported by some of the greatest musicians in Canada. I've had some of the greatest players in Canada in my over the years, and so I know that feeling, to play with the guy that played I'm Wondering Where the Lions Are.
Right.
And he's playing for me, and he played just as hard for me as he did for Bruce Coburn. Man, he brought it every single night.
Yeah.
He brought the goods. So, and he wasn't going, hey, I'm so great, I should be doing more solos or anything like that. He just showed up and was, glad to play and make his $100, just like all of us.
Yeah.
So, to change that role, where and I've done, especially in my road days, I did a bunch of the gigs where I was not the front, um, and I would only front the band maybe at the beginning of a show, and then the featured performer would come on, those kind of things. So you get to know how to be in a band and how to make it sound good and how to make it sound supportive so that the show is good. You know,
Yeah.
and so playing a wailing guitar solo in every single song, although that is my perfect world, is not necessarily the way to get the best show.
Well, that's exactly the point that I wanted to make a little bit earlier when you said you choose to follow the band and or follow the leader, I guess you could say it, and especially going back to that concept of becoming the hardworking bar band. That to me is very much, and I'll apologize to all my listeners because I go back to this reference constantly, but it's the one truest reference I know, and that's Bruce Springsteen. There is, like, every member of that band, when he's playing, their laser focus is watching him because they know that at the drop of a hat, things can change, and they all have to be on point. There are no shoegazers in that band. Everybody is like laser focused on what he's doing.
Yeah.
And as Denny just mentioned, that was the other thing I wanted to say was that he says it better than I was going to. That one of the nice things about being a Sideman is knowing when not to play. And that, to me, harkens back to a David Gilmour quote where he said, notes are like money and you have to be very careful how you spend them. Now, that may not be necessarily true for leads because we have leads like the Yngwies of the world and the Eric Claptons of the world where they want to throw 5,000 notes into 5 measures. But I think that the lesson that you learn when you're playing with an ensemble of people is that you learn, as Walter said in the studio, you learn your place in the room. You learn what your role is and how to have that space between the other instrumentation to create that supporting bed without being, these two guitar players are constantly playing solos. The piano player is constantly riffing, and the bass player is constantly out of the pocket and doing something. The drummer's constantly filling in. Well, you're no longer, now you're just 6 guys playing a song. You're not a band, right? Does that make sense?
Yes. And the song suffers when you do that sort of thing, and the sort of overall band sound. I was working a while back here in town with a guitar player named Chuck Beaumont, who's a wonderful human being. And it turned out that we're both going to be playing guitar. Okay. Well, Chuck's whole thing at that point was playing kind of blues rock stuff with a distorted tone, and he had a great distorted tone. He had this great tone with the right pedals and all that stuff. But then you put in another guitar player, that doesn't work. That doesn't work at all. If I'm the only guitar player, oh sure, I can use a variety of different tones as long as I can stay out of the keyboard player's way. Right? But when you got 2 guitar players, if they're going to both have a big distorted tone, well, then you better be playing Metallica music or something like that, where you're driving a riff. You're just pounding the hell out of a riff. But that's not really the kind of music I play a lot. It's more rhythm and blues oriented or blues oriented.
Yeah.
Where you got to have. So, and gosh, we're from Windsor. Motown has 3 guitar players on every damn track.
Yeah.
Figure out what those 3 guys are doing.
Yeah.
Right? And one guy's just going, boom, boom. That's all he's doing.
Yeah.
So us guitar guys, if there's going to be more than one of us, we've got to have a little chat. So Chuck and I had a little chat. And I'll tell you, the guy, he didn't get his back up. He said, I should probably come over to your place this week and we should hang out. Yep. So the 2 of us get down here in Studio A and get our guitars in and get going. And he really adapted the knowledge that he already had, the playing knowledge that he already had. But he adapted that to a different situation.
Yeah. So
those are the kind of things about being in a band that I really like to have. I like to have that exchange and boy, oh boy, you got a good bass player and drummer going at it beside you there.
Yeah.
There's few feeling better that can happen while being fully clothed.
Well, and if you're the Red Hot Chili Peppers, not so fully clothed. Denny Bastrish says, he says, in order to have a conversation, you can't make your instrument do all the talking, which basically sums up everything we've been saying in one nice, neat little sentence,
Yeah.
as Denny is so often able to do perfectly.
Yes.
I want to.
Maybe you should have a side job as a distiller.
Or distiller of conversations. Yes. I want to do this just because, you know, you have played so many very, very differing styles, and you claim that there's not one that speaks to you more than others. So I want to ask you, what are the I'm going to give you genres of music, okay, as a guitar player, and I want you to tell me what the most challenging part of emulating that style of music is. Is that something that we're comfortable?
Sure.
Okay. So let's start with the thing that I accused you of, jazz. And I'll go so far as to say we're talking like a Paul Simon type jazz. We're not talking hardcore, you know, fusion, that kind of stuff.
Well, you know, when you get deeper into jazz, I mean, and we're right across from the jazz, you know, a real jazz city, and there Tom Lucier put on a couple of great jazz shows at Fog with Russ Macklin, and that stuff is pretty far out to me. You could recognize the heads that they were playing, but then things went weird. But that's because those guys are all really educated guys, so their vocabulary is large. And I was searching at one point in my life. This is a bunch of different things all happening at the same time. And so should I be leaving the day job world and going to playing again as my main occupation? And if so, you know, can I cut the mustard and be able to do that? And I was feeling that my jazz playing was not really saying anything. You know, I mean, I was playing the correct notes at the sort of within the correct chords and all that.
Yeah.
But I wasn't really getting to that next level where I'm actually expressing something through that playing. So I went and asked a pal of mine, a guy named Terry Wilkins, great bass player, the first bass player in Big Sugar, among other things. And so I went over and I said, you know me, you know how I play. What should I be doing? Should I be going back to school? Should I go to Humber and take, you know, jazz courses so that I can expand my harmonic knowledge, or at least know what to call it, you know? And how do I, you know, is that my path to becoming a better jazz player? And he distilled it. He went, jazz is about repertoire. It's not about modes and scales. It's not about chops. It's about repertoire. And the more different songs you know, then the more rhythmic and melodic knowledge you can put into your improvising. Because now your improvising is informed by a real great body of knowledge. Lots and lots and lots and lots of songs. So I allude to that jazzy gig at Fog there. The young fellow, Michael Penhale, he's a young fellow as far as I'm concerned. He's in his 20s. He knows tons of songs. He knows all those old standards. You know, he made a point of learning them, whether it was part of his curriculum. Well, I'm sure there's a variety of things.
Sure, yeah.
Living with a great musician, and all his uncles are all great musicians, and then he goes and takes formal education in jazzy playing. So what are they teaching you? Yeah, they teach you theory and stuff like that, but mostly you learn tons of songs, and you take those songs and you tear them apart. You learn how to play them in every key. So that's the challenge in jazz. It's not really having a lot of technical facility, although that's nice. You know, and it's like having a car that with a big motor in it that, well, you can't drive fast all the time, but when you want to step on it, you go.
Yeah.
So having good technique, but that's the same in any style of music. You know, want to be a good country picker, you better have some good technique, man.
Yeah.
So with the jazz thing, it's learning a bunch of different songs, and then how do you adapt those songs? And my friend Terry there, he's a bit of a hard ass about this sort of thing, and he said, you know, he said, okay, do you know such and such a song? Ain't Misbehaving, I think it was. He said, do you know that song? I said, well, sure. You know, picked up the guitar, played it. He says, you know a version of that song. That's Leon Redbone's version of that song. Can you play it in B flat? Well, and you played an A flat. Well, I'd have to figure it out. That's right. That means you don't know the song. When you really know something, you can play it in any key, right? And so now multiply that by 10,000 songs or 2,000 songs. There's a more realistic number. Well, if you've got those melodies and those chord progressions and those rhythms in your library, then when it's time to improvise, even though you're pulling disparate pieces into your improvisation, it's coming from a basis of knowledge rather than you're just, shooting from the hip. And you can tell.
Yeah, you're spray and pray.
When they're not that deeply prepared. So that to me is the thing in jazz, is always expanding the repertoire. And then when you show up to play, have an open mind and open ears, and and hopefully, again, you're playing with conversational musicians.
Sure. Well, let's move on to something that you mentioned in that little, I shouldn't say little, in that quite excellent answer, and that's country. What's the most challenging thing about playing country?
There's a pretty high technical element in country picking, and in country, I think you have to buy into the emotion of the song. You have to buy into that song, because these are almost always story songs, and they have a particular emotional agenda, and you should be. The challenge then playing country is to fit into that without making it sound hokey. You got to believe that this is a sad thing. When you're playing a real hurting tune, well, you can't be. No, you've got to. You got to bend them strings and bring some tears, because that's what that song is about.
Yeah.
That's what I find with that, and doing that chicken picking, and there's such great guitar playing in country music. How can a guitar boy not love it? Right?
Yeah, that's the same thing. I found that with bluegrass as well. I mean, it's a highly technically proficient, speedy way of playing that if you don't know your scales, you have no business being there.
Oh boy, oh boy. I played that with somebody, and we were all playing acoustic, and I just got left in the dust. I just got left in a crumpled heap at the side of the road. But I could play that fast on electric, but these guys are all playing Martins, and they're on fire. And I do all those right things. I use a really heavy pick with a light touch, so I can speed around pretty good. But again, there's a big repertoire thing if you're going to play bluegrass. There's a big background of songs that if you can't play St. Anne's Reel, well, you should probably just go practice that before you show up.
Right.
And know those kind of tunes, right? That's what I find.
I have to give props out to my mentor and my idol, I guess you could call him, but was my music teacher all through high school, and he's a bluegrass player. He plays in a band called Winterline. I don't know if you've ever seen them, but they're an absolute treat. And he does things on that acoustic guitar that you swear he has 6 hands going up and down the fretboard. Like it's just it's so incredibly fast. It makes my mind just hurt in a very positive way.
I watched the thing of Ricky Skaggs there on the telly a little while ago, and he played acoustic. Either played acoustic guitar or mandolin, and it was smoking.
Yeah.
And he played alongside Albert Lee, who was playing a telly, and they were, the eighth notes were still executed exactly properly.
Yeah.
It was amazing, really.
Let's go on to another genre, one of my favorite genres, and the only thing I know about this is the cardinal rule is that it's always on the one, and that would be funk.
Yes. Well, yes, and whether you play hard on the one or you lay off the one, the funk thing, it's a feel thing. It's a feeling thing. And so you have to be able to, because the actual things that you have to play in a funky kind of song are never usually technically that difficult. So it's not that much about being able to play fast or know a lot of complicated chords or things like that. It's more about finding your spot in the band, finding your spot in the ensemble, where you sit in the pocket, and then stay in the pocket. It's about that stuff is about the pocket, just like rhythm and blues and playing blues. All music, of course, has this pocket thing. But if you're not hitting the one exactly like everybody else, and you're not feeling the eighth notes the same, then it's not going to be funky.
Yeah.
And around here, there's lots of players that play, and I find that kind of playing is also regional. There's a regional approach to that kind of rhythm, and it seems to be like a 150-mile radius. I played a few years back in Chicago, and a late night bar, and this place is open all the time. The Underground Wonder Bar, open 24/7.
Wow.
All year. Yeah, it was quite the place. So I ended up, I'm sitting in, and up comes a funky tune, and I don't play big rock chords all over it. I play a little funky part like you do here.
Yeah.
And it just locked in right away. And then in chatting with the lads in the band after that, well, where are you from? I said, well, I'm from Windsor. He says, well, that's why you got the pocket. I spent all my summers in Detroit. Yeah. And this guy went, I grew up in Detroit. I go and visit my cousins all the time in Detroit and go over to Windsor. And they all had that similar rhythmic approach. But then you go and play in New Orleans. It's funky too, but it's a different rhythmic approach. It has just the accent. It's a regional accent.
It's kind of like what I would say. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but it's kind of like what I would interpret as a dialect, like a linguistic dialect, right? That
Absolutely.
we all have we all speak the same language, but we have varying idiosyncrasies and slang that we use to get that message across.
Yes, indeed. So in the various pockets in the States, and in Toronto too, comparing the way they play there to the way they play here, yeah, a blues shuffle is different in Toronto. It's just a different animal, and this funky beat or that beat or whatever is executed a bit differently there. Well, they have a different set of criteria, a different sort of path of getting to where the funk is now in that area. Some from Buffalo, some from all the different people that ended up migrating there.
Yeah,
I played a fair bit in Cuba over the last few years. And that's the same thing, when I take those guys outside of just playing a straight Cuban tune or playing a pop tune that they've copied off a record. There was a bit of a stretch to get them to play rhythm and blues the way it should be played.
Right.
However, they're very educated musicians there. So it wasn't hard to teach them what to do. In Cuba, like, a lot of Cuban bands, there's no dynamics. Everything is louder than everything else. And they play full tilt.
Yeah.
Right? They play full tilt the whole time. And it's just this great dancing groove thing. Well, blues ain't like that. Boy, oh boy, you play in a blues band around here and you don't drop the volume when we come back to the top of the form, you're getting the stink eye from somebody.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Hopefully some guy named, that's how I learned it, some guy named Bubba. Give me the stink eye, huge. When it comes around to the top of the form, you drop it out.
Yeah.
Unless I give you the behind the back signal to keep going.
Right.
So the Cuban guys, of course, they were over that, all over it, easily. And they had no trouble picking up the grooves and that. So, but the funk still had a Cuban accent.
Yeah.
It was good.
Yeah. It's interesting because sometimes stylistically, those dialects become very important in the shape or the tone that composition will take. And the thing that I go back to all the time with that is when Paul Simon was recording Graceland. And one of the amazing conversations he had with those folks, the African folks that were the instrumentalists on the album, was that they did not use minor keys. They have no concept of what a minor key is. Everything is a major key to them. And so, Paul Simon was born in a minor key. And what's really funny is the title track of Graceland was that chord pattern was given to him by one of the African guitar players who tried to make a song sound like a Paul Simon song because he had no idea what the A minor was, And it's interesting because it oftentimes you can flavor it, right? So in Graceland, if you wanted to do that, it's like a C and then an F, right? And then it goes to that A minor. But the African guy would have done it as an F major, an F major seventh. Yep. It's still a major key, but the bass being in F instead of A kind of moved it around. So it's interesting that's that dialect can help form the conversation, right?
Yeah, and that's kind of a neat trick to have no minors in a song. Everything that Keith Richards plays, when he uses his open tune guitar, there's no minor chords. There's no minor chords in Brown Sugar or any of those kind of tunes. And who else was it? Otis Redding. Otis Redding wrote a lot of his stuff on a guitar, sitting with a guitar player, but Otis's guitar was tuned open D probably. And so that's why sitting on the dock of the bay, if you were going to try and write that song in regular tuning on a regular guitar, you probably wouldn't play, from G up to the B.
Yeah.
You wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
You go G to E minor. You do E minor.
Yeah. 100%.
Right. You would hit him on, but he didn't have that, so he just sort of, third dot.
Yeah.
Fourth dot. Most of it is actually on the dots, and that's how he came up with that tune.
It's like that. Man, I can't remember his last name now, and you're gonna laugh at me when I tell you who I'm thinking of. But it's his first name's Richie, and it's the guy from Woodstock.
Richie Havens.
Yes, thank you I was going to say Evans, but yeah, Richie Havens. Same kind of thing. He used that thumb over top of the fretboard, and just slid it up and down, and that was his whole style of composition.
Yep, he had a weird, funky tuning, and he played on the street a lot, and that's I think where that came from in Greenwich Village.
Yeah,
he played on the street a lot in the wintertime too, right? Where manual dexterity is limited.
Yeah, for sure.
So he came up with that cool way of playing.
I
remember all that stuff. That's the other thing about me. I've got this storehouse of little musical tidbits.
Yes, me too. That's why I'm loving this conversation. It's fantastic. I feel like I found my musical soulmate. This is great.
Yeah, for sure, man.
I think so. We have a couple of comments in here that Denny says this is a great conversation. Loving it, Chris and Phil. And Grady comes in and said this is a course in music ed. I think that this is something that you and I should talk about. I think that we should think of a way that we can make this a regular thing. And each time that we do it, though, we'll talk about a particular style of music. You know what I mean? And deconstruct it. We'll say, okay, this week we're going to talk about Delta blues, and let's talk about what makes Delta blues, and so on. So, would you be into that?
Absolutely,
okay.
Absolutely.
Perfect.
And you hear Grady chiming in there when he comes over for a quote guitar lesson. Well, I don't need to show that guy how to play scales and chords. He's on fire.
Yeah.
But, does he know who Slim Gaillard is?
Right.
Or does he know, right? Or does he know who Snooks Eaglins is? And why is Snooks Eaglins important? Why is Django Reinhardt important? And so a lot of it is just us chatting about that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But, of course, then a guy like him is going to go home, do some research, and how can I incorporate that into my playing? So he does that, and yes, I'm totally up for that.
Okay,
talking about music is almost as fun as playing music.
I've already got it in my head. It's going to be called Musical Notes with Phil Kane, and we just need to decide on a day, and we're going to lock it in. This is going to be great. I want I want to steer it back around. We'll do one more real quick example of what we were originally talking before we started talking dialects, and that was, you know, the style of music and what was most challenging about it. And you mentioned that, you know, for a while you did play what we would now refer to as metal, but back then was hard rock. Which, side note, the Columbia record company, you know how they used to have the, you know, buy 10 cassettes for a penny or whatever.
We had lots of records from there in the early 60s. Yes.
But what was really funny to me is they classified Springsteen as hard rock. It's just, I never really understood that classification at all. Anyway, going back to the metal or the hard rock thing, what is the most challenging thing about playing something in the style of a Motorhead or a Megadeth or a Metallica?
I think from the technical standpoint, getting the sound right, getting a good tone that complements the other guitar player in the band if there is one, or fills out the band properly. And a lot of people think that tone has to be super distorted, and that's not the case. You know, you dial that distortion, dial that gain back a bit, and let the sound speak. And again, trying to fit the songs, like fit your playing again to the mood of the song, you know. So sometimes you're going to want to have a frantic, frenetic thing, and sometimes you're going to want to have something a little more on the lines of Black Sabbath, where it's just big, heavy notes, you know. He doesn't play a lot of Tony Iommi. He doesn't play a lot of super fast notes, but he plays them so heavy that's what makes the sound. That's what makes the sound good, you know. So yeah, learn this, you know, find out who the artist is, figure out, you know, why that artist sounds like he sounds, and what that artist is going for,
right?
What they're going at. And I sort of got out of that era of playing before the Metallicas and sort of modern metal guys, where they're just really pounding riffs. They're just playing a riff and just pounding it, and both guitar players and the bass player are all playing that riff. You know, it's very Teutonic. Say if we listen to the talks by Bob Brosman, you know, he calls that the music of the conquerors rather than the music of the conquered.
It's Wagner,
which is exactly. And so that whole style is just boom it down, rather than, you know, African-based music or music based in the Eastern continents, where it's a more cooperative thing.
Yeah.
You know, I tried to do a song with my Cuban friend, and he's got a band, you know. I said, well, let's just do this one, you and me. He said, Cuban people won't have any idea how to understand this. And I said, sure, we're going to play me and Julio down by the schoolyard. It's got a great thing. You play bongos, I'll play guitar, here we go. And he was right. Cubans had no idea, because there wasn't congas and guiro and bass and tres. You know, that's what makes this, you know, when it's just you and this one guy, well, that's not Cuban music, you know, and traditional Brazilian music or Jamaican music. You can't have a reggae band with three guys.
Yeah.
You know, you look at any decent reggae band, there's a whole whack of those cats out there, right? And
absolutely.
And everybody's playing a different part. Everyone is playing something slightly different, yet they all mesh. That's the magic of that kind of playing, and that's why, you know, Cuban music coming into the United States through New Orleans really made that difference, and made rock and roll and jazz and funk sound like it sounds. It's community music. How many people does Funkadelic have on stage?
Yeah, exactly.
It's a cast of thousands of them, you know, to play the simplest. But are there chord changes in the song? No, it's just E.
Yeah.
Yeah. They got all these guys playing it, and that's what makes it what it is, you know.
Absolutely.
Oh, I dearly miss playing in a band. I dearly miss playing in a band, Chris.
Well, I mean, maybe you and I will have some conversations that will lead to other endeavors.
Oh, I'm hoping so.
Um,
Hook our studios up and do all that.
I mean, obviously the social restrictions that are put in place right now are prohibitive of that kind of musical adventure. But I would certainly, I feel like I've already learned so much from this conversation that, you know, being surrounded by that environment and being able to contribute to it in even a very small way would also go back to that thing that you said about, you know, learning all these different songs and these different snippets of songs in different keys. I always refer to it as tools in the toolbox, right? So when the time comes, if we need to do this, I can reach into the toolbox and go, yeah, okay, we're doing this in A flat, and, you know, here we go. I can toss in these four.
Well, I watched you do it, and you don't press all the buttons on your piano so that you're playing it in C and singing it in A flat. You actually play the damn thing in A flat like you're supposed to.
Yeah.
You know, and yeah, I mean, your toolkit at the moment is different than mine in that I know all these jazz songs, you know, but you pull out songs of a pop nature that I've never played, and some that I've not heard. You know, although my kids are, you know, 33 and 30, so I heard a lot of the same kind of stuff, you know, but I never had to learn it. I never played it in bands.
Yeah.
You know, it's a little different.
Yeah.
For me for them. But yes, you got to have a toolbox, you know, and transposing, and knowing what the drum part is, and knowing how to put down a good beat. You know, those are not negligible skills. Those are core skills. You know, I even find it myself if I'm playing away and I got to use my looper.
Yeah.
You know, boy, oh boy, you better know you better be right on the rhythm, and you better not speed up during the loop and all that kind of, you know, all those skill things, right?
Yeah.
That you got to have that in your toolbox.
I have found that this last little experiment of mine where I've been, you know, constructing beats live on the looper has been so invaluable to me to start building out that rhythmic toolbox, but then also understanding when to lay back on certain things. And, you know, like you really start to learn about, you know, how to alternate, you know, shuffly rhythms and all that. Yeah. It's just, it's interesting.
Yeah. It's very interesting. And you know, the way you've been doing it is you're not doing too much. Like you're not laying down the whole track. It's not going to be a karaoke thing.
Yeah.
You know, but we want to have a nice solid beat going on, so we're not speeding up, and there's something there for people to hang on to. There's something for them orally to hang on to.
There's an anchor point.
And that's what I try to do when I'm doing the jazzy thing. When I'm playing my solo-y things, you know, I try to engage people and give them something. Play them the melody. Now we're all talking about the same song. And then I'll put in things that you'll recognize. You know, was that from Popeye the Sailor Man?
Yeah. You sure was. Actually, sorry. I want to jump this real quick analogy, and then I have to kind of move on, because this has been the most wonderfully long conversation on the program so far. So we're at the point where the next guest is going to come in. But one of the coolest things, and it's actually how I got introduced to the members of the band, is I went to when Club Alouette was still Club Alouette. I went there, and there was a band playing, and they played for What It's Worth, you know, the Buffalo Springfield song. Sure. And then all of a sudden, in the middle of the solo for you know, there's a brief little guitar solo. You know, they play it in E, I think. So there's like E A, but then they shift to B, and I hear these notes. And afterward, I run up to the stage when they're taking their break, and I say to Greg Alsner, the guitar player at the time, I said, "Did you just play the solo to Mother, Pink Floyd's Mother, in For What It's Worth? Like, is that what I just heard happen there?" And he's like, "Yeah, that's exactly what we did." I went, "That was the coolest thing I've ever heard." And then, like, literally 6 months later, I was in the band.
Well, there you go. No, it's doing the quotes and doing that sort of thing. Yeah, that's part of the fun.
Yeah.
You know, and I want to have fun going out. It's not drudgery. I've chosen to do this. I've chosen to live this life. You know, I've chosen not to. I'm in a position where I don't have to have a real job anymore.
Yeah.
And you know, then I can play, and hopefully I'll be able to play again. You know, it's nice that the government's giving me those CERB payments.
Yeah.
And that I'm getting by with that. So you know, we're not. It's not like I've got to, you know, take a straight job or take a day gig anymore. I've been out of the IT industry for so long that I probably couldn't work in it right now.
Yeah.
I'd have to go back and figure out how to write code again. I'd probably get a gig writing code. A lot of people are doing that, and that's where I started. That.
Well, see, I knew that's another thing that we had in common is we're both IT guys. So this is going to go over swimmingly. Yeah. This is going to go over fantastically.
Excellent.
Phil, excellent. I look forward to. I'm serious though. I really want to do this as a regular thing. I think that there are so many people that can benefit from it.
I'm all over it. Yep,
okay,
I'm all over it, man.
We'll have a little conversation afterward offline and figure out when we can do it and kind of put a little structure behind it so it follows some kind of form would be nice.
Yes.
But until that point, Phil, it's been so wonderful to talk with you. I cherished the few times that we were able to jam together, and for sure that one night at the Spitfire was just like Grady said, for me it was a course in musical education just to watch that conversation happen between all those players.
Well, the jam that we had at your place there a while back with Neil Fowler and I forget the gal who was singing. She was lovely.
Lex Lambert.
Oh, that's okay. She's a great singer.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that was a hoot. Yeah. You know, so yeah, I'm up for that stuff anytime too.
All right, man. We will make it happen.
Yeah. Great.
All right, Phil. Until then, to everyone there, be safe and be happy and be healthy.
We shall, and to you and yours. Thank you.
Okay, Phil. We'll talk soon.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, that clocked in as the longest conversation on the show. And you know why? Because it was flippin' awesome. That's why. It was absolutely fantastic. All right. We have our next guest standing by, but I'm going to play one real quick tune just so I can go and attend to some personal business, as they say in the industry. And then we'll be right back. Rockstar Music Hall is Windsor's premier event and concert hall. Turnkey productions for concerts, theater productions, trade shows, fundraisers, and home of the Rockstar Wedding. The Platinum Room Banquet Hall is a wedding and event venue featuring in-house services for everything such as catering, decorations, DJ, officiant, i.e. you can get married there, and much more. They do it all and make it easy for you, located directly above Rockstar Music Hall. Partners with and located at Platinum Room Rockstar Music Hall, Windsor Weddings provide wedding and event services such as live entertainment, DJ, photography, photo booths, decorating, and efficient services. The Border City Dance Company provides education in dance and performing arts under the direction of Melissa Williams. Melissa is known for her work with Prince, Britney Spears, James Franco, Sarah Gaden, Josh Gad, Elizabeth Berkley, Michael Kane, and Randy Quaid, among others, and her choreography has been featured on television in shows such as So You Think You Can Dance Canada Seasons 1-4, Bomb Girls, Kim's Convenience, 11/22/63, and in countless commercials for big names such as TD Canada Trust Bank, Adidas, and Sun Life Financial. Also the main stage for the 2015 Para-Pan Am opening ceremonies and the 2016 FINA opening ceremonies and gala. Border City Dance Company is located at Platinum Room and Rockstar Music Hall. Well, that'll get the old blood a pumping. That was Creatures of Condition with a song called Martin. And now we are going to get right on to our next guest. That's just how quickly things are moving along here tonight, because these conversations are just so bloody good that I just can't. I don't want to stop them. That's the thing, it's just. But I've decided that yes, some of these are going to be regular segments, like we have with the Baz Menagerie, and now in the studio with Walter Riggi, because there's so much to talk about that I don't want to overdo it and bore people. In one conversation, I'd rather have something for them to look forward to every time we do this, and this is definitely one of those things. All right. Well, I see we're in yet another location. I think Walter's studio, I think it's like 100,000 square feet. I think that's what it is. That either that or he's adding on to the studio in between segments. Yeah, because every time we get a new and exciting location, and it's awesome to see. And there are so many blinking lights here. It's making me. Oh, that's the tape machine. Awesome. All right. Can you hear me okay, Walter?
Yep. I just got you.
Okay, perfect. I think, yeah, there's
How are you, man? What is going on, brother? Like 1 week. Where you been?
I've been actually, I was under the weather for a couple of days, and yeah, kind of freaking out about that, but things are okay. So thanks.
What'd you have? Cold or something? Catch me up here real quick.
Yeah, it was like a stomach thing that was going around the house, and then it combined with when we had that really warm, quick period of warmth, and everything started to bloom. Like spring allergy just hit like crazy. But because they both were on set at the same time, I wasn't sure what was happening. But then somebody, eventually had the good sense to give me a Claritin, and I took the Claritin, and it knocked me on my butt for like a day and a half. But it cleared everything up. So, yeah, I'm very happy about that.
No, that's good. Well, welcome back to the game.
Thank you. And I see that not only are we going to have a different locale each time in the studio, but we're going to have a different piece of headgear each time. Is that what's happening here?
Yeah, I got black and white there.
All right.
I'm looking to the. I'm doing the binary thing. Like, okay, wait a minute. Now, binary these days is a whole different meaning.
Yeah, that's true.
Binary is one or the other.
Well, it's just trying to. It's nice that you're trying to relate. That's a good thing.
Right.
Okay, so before we get into the meat and potatoes of what you're going to talk about today,
yep.
Please take a moment and explain this marvelous piece of machinery behind you.
This is a Studer tape machine. It's 2-inch tape. It is 24 tracks. Now, today, people look at you and say 24 tracks. It's kind of like, why are we counting tracks? Like, software can do all kinds of stuff, right?
Yeah.
But this was created in, this machine I think was like early 90s, if I remember correctly, if I can get the serial numbers correct. But it was made by Mr. Studer and his factory in, I believe it was Switzerland. I want to say Switzerland, so maybe somebody can correct me on that, but I'm pretty sure it was Switzerland. And this model is the A827, and it was the last word that Mr. Studer did before digital started to come around, and it started to seem like it may have hold on to things, and people were like, well, I don't know how much better you can get with this sort of stuff. So when he came out with this one, this is an unbelievable machine. The clarity, the warmth, the depth, the punch, so many amazing albums were created on this model back in the 80s and 90s, and now it's making a comeback. In the past few years, I'll tell you exactly when. We're in 2020, about 2014, 2013, 14, all of a sudden, Studer machines were like, hey, we got to get some onto this, because everybody's looking at the next best thing in sound, the next greatest thing in sound, or be on the cutting edge, do something different, right? So as with anything, it'll go around in a circle. Everything just goes back to where it all started from.
Yeah.
No matter what happens, no matter whatever it is, it always goes back to the beginning, right? So that's when the Studer machine started to come back in the favor. It's kind of like, well, let's find them. Everybody had them in closets. They had them in garages. They had them in, like, just ready to take to the dump because they were literally worthless. Nobody wanted to run tape because everybody's like, oh, I can do that on a computer.
Yeah.
Well, then all these audio files came out and said, well, let's try it. So they pulled it out. They started recording albums on these things, and it's like, whoa, what are we missing here? Like, well, listen to the sound.
Yeah.
Right? And they're an incredible machine. The only model that came after this was the gold edition, and I think they had made only 100 of them. And it was like every single military spec component that went into the machines was like a notch higher. It was just that much cleaner, that much better, which is a little bit more like version 2 of this machine. But they're extremely difficult to find. Like even this model is really hard to find now. And the gold edition is even extremely rare. When it comes up, it's like you can sell your house.
you know what's crazy is that or the irony here is that we are moving back to a physical tape recording medium even after we spent countless thousands of dollars to emulate the sound of tape medium digitally.
Yes.
That's the part that I think, it's kind of funny. We spent all this time and energy to create the sound of the machine that we no longer want. And now we're moving back to it. And I mean, okay, so there are definite restrictions to being, this sounds ridiculous, but being limited to 24 tracks, plus there's the I'll call it bit rot. It's not exactly bit rot, but the tape does decay over time, and so on and so forth. It's magnetically altered material, so therefore it's prone to accidents and things like that. So there are definite advantages, but still I just find it funny that we have these magnificent machines that we then retired and tried to emulate, and then went, screw it, let's just get the real machine back in here.
Yeah, absolutely. If you wanted to record with this machine or any multi-track machine in the purest form, then you're limited to 24 tracks, and that's what you have. There is something called bouncing. Which yes. Yeah, that's right. So bouncing is you basically take, like, for example, track 1 and track 2 and play another instrument on it, and while that's playing, that instrument is playing, and you're going to track 3 and 4. So let's say 1 and 2 are just a stereo drum microphone, left side and right side of a drum. Then you're playing a guitar, and the guitar has 2 mics on it, so you're going to do like track 3 or 4. So you'd go 1 and 2, you're playing 4, 3 and 4, and they all get bounced together. So it's merging. You're merging all that together to track 3 or 4. Now what that does is that it allows track 1 and 2 to be erased and re-recorded on top, because you've got all the information on 3 and 4.
Yeah, we used to use that trick a lot when I used to use a cassette 4-track recorder. So the trick was we used to get 10 tracks out of it, because what we would do is we would live record 1, 2, 3, and then we would live record 4 and bounce 1, 2, 3 onto 4. Well, now you had 4 tracks on 1, and you had 3 tracks you could start. So you go 1, 2 live on 3, 1 live on 2, and then live on 1. So you could get 10 tracks out of it. But the problem is that there's a fidelity loss at each one of those bounces. So you had to be, I mean, at one point, I'll play you some of our early demos. Where,
I love that.
Yeah, being submerged in the muck of a pond would give you better fidelity results than we got out of these things. But anyway, before I digress us into 11 o'clock, what is the topic for today's In the Studio?
Yeah, for sure. Well, you wanted to talk about live off the floor versus track 1 at a time. Right. So. Before I get into it, was there something specific you wanted to say before I start yapping and I won't shut up?
No, you mean about the process?
Yeah, but because you had suggested last week, so let's talk about live off the floor versus track 1 at a time.
Just because there are several of my favorite albums that use either one of these techniques, and it's very interesting to hear the sonic difference between those albums. For example, The Wall or Dark Side of the Moon was a very overdubbed album, whereas Bruce Springsteen's The River was a live off the floor album, and you can hear the differences between those productions very, very distinctly for me anyway. So that's all. Now please,
for sure,
after you.
No, that's great. That's absolutely 100% something I want to touch upon too. So live off the floor, for the new people in the audience, right, who may or may not know how to do this, because today everybody seems to be, I want to go in my little cocoon, I want to be able to record my guitar track 800 times, make sure that it's absolutely perfect, make sure every single note is great. Then I'm going to send it to someone else to do their work, and then let's see what they can do. Right? Well, that's okay, but that's not collaborating in the true sense of the word. It's more of like, okay, just give me your input and shut up. And so I kind of iffy about that. It's done. I get involved with that because it's part of my business, part of my work, but it's not the true sense of collaboration. So live off the floor is you are all playing that one song over and over and over again in the studio, because even though you've practiced it a million times in your own little garage or your practice space or even live, when you get to the studio, all of a sudden you're in a different environment. It's just like when you're in a band, right? You practice for 40 weeks, for example, and then you finally get out on stage, and all of a sudden the first song and the first set, you're kind of like, oh my God, we suck. What is the problem here? Because you're out of your comfort zone. You're on a different platform, different stage, right? So live off the floor in recording studio is the exact same experiment, right? The difference mentally is if you've played a poor first set after 40 weeks of practicing, chances are only you are going to really know what you screwed up on.
Sure.
Did you forget that F in that chord, right? Only you're really going to know that, because generally people are going to be talking, hitting on guys, hitting on girls, maybe going to the bathroom or whatever it is, right? But in the studio, you're like, this is something that's going to survive forever and a day. I'm going to record it, and people are going to listen to me make this mistake 100 million times. It's never going to go away. And to use an example that was used one time here in the studio, it's like if you do porn and it goes out there, it's out there for good. So it's the same thing with live off the floor, right? If you make that mistake in that one chord, and I don't think anybody heard that, chances are somebody with really good headphones or really good speakers or a really big fan of your band and play it 800 million times because they love your album, that song, they're going to hear that. You hear that mistake. I'm sure you could probably tell me a bunch of artists or bands or albums that recorded and you hear a mistake, like, because you've heard it so many times, you're kind of like, is that really the right chord?
Yeah.
Right? Like, and it's left in there because 99% of that performance that was live off the floor was really good. We'll let that one go. We'll just talk about it when we do the rounds, the talk show rounds.
Yeah.
So, and live off the floor, you really have to be extremely focused and say, you know what, I'm tuning out the room, I'm tuning out anything, I don't care where I'm at, I know my parts, I'm going to play it, and hopefully I'll get this right.
What?
Sorry?
Can I ask a real quick question?
Well.
That's certainly the detraction of live off the floor, right? Is that you are under immense pressure to get it right the first time, or maybe not the first time, but certainly as time is money in the studio, you want to get it right in as few times as possible. But what's the advantage to a band recording live off the floor? Why would a band want to get into that situation as opposed to just overdubbing everything until we get it perfect?
Right, great question, and there's one word answer for that, and that's energy. So the band is more electric, if we're going to use that as a pun, another word, is more into it, more energetic in the song if they're capturing someone else's energy and they're looking at them or they're aware of them or they're hearing them, because it's like, oh, and they can feed off of that. It's the same thing as a band when they go play live at Rockstar, which is an amazing venue, right? You're going there playing. If everybody is zoned out, thinking about something else that's going on, and they're not into it, and you're a spectator, you're watching and going, man, the band sucks tonight. They could be playing flawlessly, but because there's no energy, you're not feeding from that, and it's like, so what?
Yeah.
Right? But the band could suck, and they're grabbing each other's energy and just having a great time dancing. You're like, wow, this is amazing. So that's the same thing with doing live off the floor when you're recording, right? If you're capturing each other's energy, it's like, oh, you give that much better of a performance. Which
is in a nutshell the very idea behind the punk movement, right? The punk movement was, we're not going to be very good at playing our instruments, and we're not going to be very good at writing songs. We're just going to write a bunch of loud music that you can, bash yourselves around to and have an absolutely phenomenal time doing it. And actually, in the punk days, if an audience member came up to you and went, "You suck," that was like a badge of honor. Right? I was like, "Yeah, we do. We totally suck."
Thank you, right? And then the whole was that the passing the musicians around? That
Yeah,
started
yeah, the body surfing. Yeah, exactly.
body surfing. Boy, that's going back.
Yeah, no doubt. Okay.
Then the other side of the coin is track one at a time, which I think you probably wanted me to talk about too, right? So tracking one thing at a time, it's more precise. You'll lose some of that energetic looking at each other and playing, but you're going to forego that part of the brain of trying to get into that zone and concentrate more on your performance and how you're going to get things out. So you can play note perfect, but if you don't put that energy in there or that feel in there, the rest of the band's going to sit back and say, yeah, you know what, we didn't really practice it that way. So can you kind of like get at it and maybe get a little better at it or something? So then they'll retrack it again and they'll get that perfect performance, right? So yeah, you are sacrificing, excuse me, the energy that the band is bringing for a great performance. Now, if you want the energy, you're going to probably struggle a little bit with that great performance. So in the studio here, excuse me, I'm drying up. In the studio here, I'm okay to do either. If somebody wants to go live off the floor, hey, by all means, we've got inputs, we've got instruments, we've got space, we've got whatever it is you want, it's here. Let's just do it, right? And to do it the other way, is tracking one at a time. I'm also a fan of that as well. The only thing I always tell everybody is that, listen, you have to understand that you could have played the ultimate drum fill at the right beat, with the right groove, the right feel. All of a sudden, the bass player is going to sit back and say, oh, I forgot we were supposed to double that verse. But I just kept playing anyway. So if the drums are in the same room as that bass amp, because the bass player just has to hear that tone, there's going to be bleed. There's going to be leaking through. No matter how much you try to separate things, unless you're in like a completely different part of the building or something like that, then there's enough isolation. And even that's pretty hard.
Yeah.
Right? So, yeah, there's always going to be a little bit of that stuff, and then you got to go back and say, okay, well, let's go fix it. What's
kind of neat though about the bleed, and I'm sorry if I keep interrupting, but I feel like
no, please do. I think I've got a little bit of lag tonight on my phone, so
yeah.
It's all good. If I stop, it's because I'm thinking something wrong. But anyway,
it's all good. I think that one of the things that's beneficial about that bleed, though, is that you also have the benefit or the added value of sympathetic tones and sympathetic harmonies that bleed through, right? Like there's on the toms, when the drums are tuned to a particular key, and if the bass player is playing in that key, there are notes that he's going to ring out that are going to be sympathetic to the harmonics that the toms are giving off. And that bleed through can be very pleasant, right? Or can add another whole dynamic layer to that recording that you don't necessarily get when you're tracking things one at a time, because the bass, although you're playing the same notes and harmonically in the recording, you can probably still hear a bit of, there's not that natural resonance or natural sympathetic resonance, right?
Right. Back in, I think it was the 60s and 70s, they would blast a PA speaker into a room. Everybody's going to say, well, yeah, that's the purest form of reverb. Well, it was a dry room, and they would blast all the music in there and then try to capture it with a microphone, whether it was a Blum line or it was just a stereo pair or whatever they wanted to do at that time, or a mono microphone, right? One microphone only. And that was to do exactly what you're describing, is to get that sympathetic resonance, those tones, the room tone, all that together, and then just put that as another track, maybe on track number 22 or something like that.
Oh, that's cool. So it would be like them using an ambient room noise. It would be like if you're recording a live show, you would get the console sound, but you'd have an ambient room mic somewhere to capture the warmth of that performance and just add a little color to it.
Yeah, exactly. So you're bringing in that room tone, you're bringing in the characteristics of the mic, you're bringing the characteristics of the preamp and how you're driving that preamp, and that would create another whole other color, right? So that was something that was done, and it still can be done today. Mind you, today, with the abundance of tracks, people just say, oh, we'll just run it into another auxiliary track and put some tight reverb on it, or a spring back reverb or something, and just make it sound like it's that way. Yeah, that's possible to do, and that captures an essence of it. But the true form of it is to actually do it that way, where you're just blasting that PA speaker in there and capturing everything that's going on.
Yeah.
So that was one way to do it, right? That was one way to handle musicians who were great live, but they weren't really that good in studio.
Sure. Can you give me an example of, in your opinion, and it doesn't necessarily mean it has to be the definitive example, but just something that you can think of off the top of your head of a great example of a live off the floor recording, and something that was a great studio overdub recording, just so folks can maybe go out and take a listen and understand for themselves the real difference between them.
Yeah, for sure. I think there was one, it was either an album or a song in the Springsteen era, around Born in the USA, that era, that
The River.
epoch.
You're the River, 1980.
Yeah, there was a lot of that going on there where it was live off the floor. If you listen closely, I believe there might be like a mistake or two in there, but it doesn't really matter. It's just that's the song. You're not going to notice it anyway, right? So that was for sure. That was something like that. Who else? Well, obviously the Beatles.
For sure.
Can't go wrong with those ones, right? They did it both ways. They did it live off the floor, and then they tried to go track by track, so it bouncing and everything. I think that's probably the two really big ones that you really want to listen to. And if you're a fan of the Beatles, and you start at the beginning and go to the end, you can really hear, aside from how they pushed technology to be engineered a certain way, hence the term recording engineer, because you would actually create something that would be needed, right? But definitely, for sure, you can hear it that way.
And there's a danger, I think, when you start talking about, overdubbing strictly for the sake of overdubbing, in the sense that you tend to maybe want to over-engineer something by adding so many things to it that it becomes, a jumbled mess. Or, and don't get me wrong, I think this guy's a brilliant engineer, right? But you run the risk, in my opinion, of becoming an Alan Parsons, where the music is good and it's technically perfect, but it has no soul whatsoever. In my opinion, but that's the extreme, in my opinion, the extreme example of what happens when you allow an engineer to overdub everything, I think.
Yeah, well, the song that comes to mind is Games People Play, right, from Alan Parsons.
Yeah.
That one, to me, if I listen to it, it sounds technically almost perfect, right? Everything from the microphones used to the drum tuning to the bass guitars used, the guitars, all that stuff. It just sounds technically perfect. And when I listen to it, I sit back from a technical point of view and think to myself, wow, it's just so sequenced properly. Like even I think it's a violin part, right? The violin part that goes with the song. If you listen to it, I could swear they were probably using like a PPG sampler or maybe a Fairlight sampler, which I can give you some nuggets to go look through for your audience there. But that stuff back then, if you listen to it, and as much as I love it, and you are right about Alan Parsons about that, I sit back and I think to myself, there's something missing. The energy is missing.
Yeah.
Technically great, but the energy is missing in those songs. And you can sound like hate mail you want towards me if anybody that loves Alan Parsons, but it's just my opinion, and that's what I find that in that song. It's technically really good.
And they don't have to be mad at you. They can be mad at me because I'm the one that made that comparison initially. So I'll take all the heat for that. You were just sympathetically trying to support me. That I get it. Now here's something interesting, and it's very cool how the universe aligns all of our paths somehow. But I had forgotten that we were going to have this conversation about this. Like I wasn't sure when we were going to have the conversation about live off the floor or overdubbing. I watched a documentary today called The Beastie Boys Story, and if you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. It goes through every facet of their story from when they were like 11 years old up until where they are now, right? But what is interesting is that now I would say that there are 3 types of studio recording. There's live off the floor, there's overdubbing, and then there's the technique that they did in Ill Communication, which is they took 2 years and learned how to play their instruments, first off, because they were just sample guys, right? They took samples like everybody else and records like everybody else, and they sampled them in the music. But for Ill Communication, and to some extent Paul's Boutique as well, but Ill Communication was really the first album where they would play a groove live off the floor. capture that as a sample and then mix it in overdubs and layers inside the song. And what was really cool about that is that you got that energy and that warmth from that live off the floor recording, but it was sonically perfect and you could manipulate it any way that you wanted. And that to me was a really cool, so I would call that the hybrid technique or something, like, I found it really, really fascinating that you could still, time slice that thing down perfectly so that it could copy and paste wherever you wanted it, but you never lost that excitement. You never lost that energy level because it was real people playing real instruments.
Nice. Yeah, I think that would be the beginning of loop sampling, and like today, like all the rap and hip hop music, it's all based on loops. It's like it's the same 8 bars, same 4 bars over, and over again. There's somebody talking to the top of it. Like to quote Quincy Jones, right? He says today's musicians have given up. If you kind of like go to the root of what he's talking about, I got a funny feeling he's right.
Yeah.
Because it's so easy. Like, you can come up with a rap hip hop album in a day almost. You just put a bunch of sliced loops together, which I'm almost positive came out from the Beastie Boys, like you're saying, right?
Well,
and just talk over top of it.
It's really funny because one of the stories they tell in there, and this is something I didn't really understand about them, is that Adam Yauch, he's the one who passed away from cancer and why the band ultimately stopped. He was a technical genius at whatever it was that he wanted to do at the time. He knew everything about every piece of equipment in the studio. He knew everything about how it worked. He knew everything about how to experiment with it. He taught himself photography and filmmaking so that he could direct and shoot all of the band's videos. Like, just a brilliant mind. And there's this one thing where they go to his house and he has a reel-to-reel recorder. And on the reel-to-reel recorder, he has 2 microphone stands placed beside this table. And the idea was, it went exactly back. I don't know if you remember, we had this conversation about tape loops with Pink Floyd, where that Money tape loop was stretched around these microphone stands because the timing of, if it was 24 inches per second or whatever, or 15 inches per second, you had to have X amount of meters of tape in order to make that loop seamless. Well, Adam Yauch had taken the drum fill from when the levee, or the drum beat from When the Levee Breaks from Led Zeppelin, and had timed it out exactly. But in order to get it correct, he had to loop it around mic stands and kitchen chairs and things in order to get it to feed back through the reel to reel. So you're 100% correct. That was not necessarily the beginning of the tape loop, because he had heard about Jimi Hendrix experimenting with that, and of course the Pink Floyd thing. But it was definitely when the light bulb went off in terms of, this is fundamentally a way that we can make music now. Yeah, absolutely, for sure. And you are right. It takes like a lot of science and mathematics to sit there and try to figure out inches per second. After how much feet it would take to go across, like you have to cut it out and then put the stands at a certain spot, make sure you don't have wow and flutter on the tape machine. It's like a lot of science to it, for sure. Yeah, you could probably experiment with it and get it right, but to actually make it musical and make sure that the loop is cut on the tape at the right spot. Right? That's what people don't remember. You go into Pro Tools or whatever nowadays, and you've got that little knife tool, right? And you click on the track and you knife the track in half and you split it there. That's because back in the day, you would literally take a razor blade and you would slice the tape. Yep. And you would cut this section out, and then you would put the tape and put a connector piece on the back, and that was literally splicing tracks together. So anyway, sorry. I have now gone so far off topic. No, this is good. This is all perfect. This is great. Actually, the slicing block you're talking about is right here. I don't know if you can see it from that far away. I can't see. Well, sort of. It's a block. It looks like, well, back in the day, we used to shine our shoes, and you'd have a brush. So it's about that size. Well, it's really about that size, and it's got 1, 2, 3. I think it's 3 or 4. 3. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 angles. So it goes from, like, I think 45 degrees to, I believe it's 15 degrees or so. Depends how you want to cut it. So you'd literally take it, you'd unspool both tapes, so it'd be like
sorry, both reels this way it's loose. Grab that tape, you put it on top of a slicing brick, cut it, and then you could just put things back together again. And that's where the digital audio system goes, with splicing and cutting.
Yeah.
It actually comes from that block.
And what's funny is when you look at the splicing, right? When you look at the splicing tool in your digital audio workstation, and it's got those two draggable handles, right, on each side of those, and you can create that crossfade between them, so it sounds like a more natural break. That is emulating your 45-degree or 15-degree cut points, so you have bleed through from one thing to the next, right? Yeah, it's amazingly fascinating. Okay, sorry, I am done railroading the conversation now. Please continue.
No, it's good. I like it. This is fun. To me, it's fun. Actually, do you have any questions? Anything?
Oh yeah, sorry, I do. So Donnie Coulter says, "Nice machine. We use a 12-track 1.5" tape. We record in analog and bounce to digital. Great sound for sure." So reinforcing what you were saying there for 100%. And then Grady Kaplan says, "Walter, do you prefer miking an amp or going direct with a guitar track? Do you have a favorite amp in your studio?" And I'll ask for Jocelyn Laporte, does it have a name?
Do I have a favorite amplifier? Wow. I think the coolest amplifier is a Roland JC120. It's transistor based, so it's not tube. All my amps are tube except the Roland one. I don't think they ever made a tube one, at least that I know of. I could be wrong, but that I'm aware of. The JC120 came out, I think it was, oh boy, the 80s at some point, and they really came up with a really smart way of creating stereo in an amplifier. So they had the two speakers there. There's a switch that you would click, and it was called the chorus and vibrato. So all it did is basically it just time phased the signal that was coming through the speakers, right? So when it's off, it's like straight flat in your face. The sound you're hitting, it's right at it. You can be at the right distance. As soon as you hit that chorus on, all of a sudden it's just wide, and it's just like, whoa. It was like back in the day when I used to have this old radio that had a mono and stereo switch on it. So when you listen to AM, you would hit it to mono.
Yeah.
Here's FM, it's FM, you put the stereo. It's the same concept, and it just sounds so wide. So I think that's the coolest amplifier I have is that. Do I have a name for it? No, I haven't really named my amplifiers. I think that's probably a really cool idea. But then I have a personality conflict because I may say someone say, "Go play the Allison," and it's like, "What's an Allison?"
What would be cooler though is that if you could find a name that was so appropriate to the amp, you'd be like, "Go play Jennifer over there," and you're like, "Oh, you mean the Marshall stack? Yeah, no problem." I think if I can tack on something to that question too, or to that answer as well, I think that probably when you talk about miking an amp or going direct with a guitar track, it's whether you want the tonal quality of that cabinet in there or not. Especially if you're playing something like a Van Halen type of thing, you want something solid state. You want that kind of squelchy top end tone. Or if you're playing something like Black Sabbath, you want a JCM 900 or something with a big fat cabinet on it, and you probably would want to mic that because you want the characteristic of that amp to come through. Or am I thinking of that wrong?
No, that's fine. That's great. There's a couple of schools of thought when it comes to. I want to go back to that question about miking direct or going straight to the thing. There's a couple of ways that it was done. Like Prince, for example, was really big on this. He would actually take his guitar and plug it right into the preamp of the console and record his guitar. So you can hear it. It sounds very unampish, if you will. It sounds very like brittle and tinny and stuff, but it really worked for that song that he was doing it on, which was being creative, right? So that's one way of doing it. Another way of doing it is going right to the amps, which we just talked about. Now, personally, here in the studio, what I like to do is, and I've learned this over the many years of doing this, is that when you're working on a sound, and like this is a songwriter studio, this is not like you grab a laptop, plug something in, all right, I'm done, I'm going home, right? It's not like that. You're coming here to create, right? And all the tools are here for you to create. So when you come, you plug it in, and that day you're like, oh, you work on an amp sound, you go through amps, and you've got the sound inside your head, and you play it back on your phone or on YouTube and the stereo speaker and the console speakers, and you're like, yeah, I really want that Jimi Hendrix sound or in that one song, and you finally get it. You probably worked on it for a couple hours to try to get that sound, which it's normal, that happens, right? Because you're going for that sound, and then you record it. You come back to do like another part the next day or something, right? You sit back and say, wow, what was I thinking? That guitar sounds like crap. And you listen to it, it's like, no, it sounds good. No, it's missing that fuzzy top end that Hendrix would have in that one song. It's kind of like, well, I thought we would nail it last time we were here. Like, what did we miss? It's not. It's just, I don't know. And the answer is that it was ear fatigue, because you're doing it for too long trying to get that sound. You're doing the riff over and over again, and then eventually, it's a law of diminishing returns, right? Eventually, it's kind of like, yeah, it all sounds good.
Yeah.
Just do it. So what I like to do in the studio is I like to do a DI box right out of the guitar. So I get the guitar into the direct box. The direct box goes into the preamps of the mixer and into the recording system, whether it's the track machine, the 8-track, 24-track machine, or into Pro Tools. And then the other side of the direct box goes right to the amp. And he can spend his 2 hours, 3 hours of trying to get his tone. Now, when he comes back the next day, like I said, there's a problem with the sound. It's like, oh man, I don't know if I can play that again. I played it so well. It's like, well, wait a minute. There's more, but wait, there's more. So you play it back and you hear like, what am I listening to? It sounds like my guitar without distortion or an amplifier. And it's like, well, that's what we captured right out of with the direct box. So now if your performance is great, let's reamp your performance. So I would send it back through, we'll get all the effects in and try different amps. And now he can focus on tweaking that amp without worrying about trying to get the riff right. So he can be more focused, more attention on what he's got to do. So that's kind of answering that question about which way I like to go. So that's hybrid, to use your word for
yeah,
before.
I was just going to say hybrid, yeah.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it, because now you've captured the performance that you're really happy with, and now you can go back and work the sound again.
Well, let me ask you. Sorry.
Yeah.
Before we move on to the mic thing, just because I'm curious about this now. So let's say, because that's typically how I would record, even in my crappy little home studio here, is that I would set up an amp, and then I would set up a separate hybrid feed that was just the guitar in. Now, let's say that, we didn't like the sound of that amp, but we have the captured live thing. When you say reamp, what are your thoughts on using something like a software amp modeler, or would you actually just reroute that signal back out and have it natively play through the amplifier that he's set up and re-record the track that way? Which way do you prefer?
Yeah. Software reamping is good. There's nothing wrong with it. Like, if you would probably wanted to hear a Vox amplifier like that Beatles sound, I'm sure if you use software, you'd probably get close to it. You could hear it, right? The difference is that you're not getting the resonance of the cabinet interacting with the notes you are playing. So some cabinets rattle differently. Some speakers vibrate a little bit differently, because there's no two things that are the same. Like, even as human beings, even though we're twins, we're not exactly the same, right? We're extremely similar, but we're not quite there. So there's that. And then the microphone placement, the room, the temperature of the room, the humidity of the room, how that interacts with the sound waves, how it interacts with the cabinet, like all these things that a recording engineer would take into account. It's like, okay, I maintain my humidity and my temperature constant. This way I know I can always reproduce with an accuracy what that is. But my variable then becomes the house electricity. House meaning like the studio electricity. Like, is it actually at 120 volts right now, or is it at 118? Is it at 119? Like, are all the air conditioners on in Windsor? Is it like 115? Right? So all these things with the electricity have a huge impact on the amp. And I could probably tell you right now, if you go listen to some Van Halen early stuff, Eddie Van Halen would do that with his amplifiers. He would put it on this machine called a Variac. Now, I'll explain what a Variac is in a second, but he would actually turn down the house electricity going to that amplifier, because what it would do, it would create the amp to make it sound warmer. It would work harder at trying to do what it's got to do. So it created a unique sounding sound. Now, that Variac comes from the electronics world of repair, where a technician works on something to get it back up to working, to be alive, to be on, to turn on, and to do what it's supposed to do. But if he turns it on right off the bat to full 120 volts, it could blow something else. So what a Variac does is that it increases the volume, increases the amount of electricity going to that amplifier a little bit at a time. So they start at like 10 volts, 20 volts, 30 volts, until eventually things start to light up. And you see if anything's exploding or sparking or anything like that. Yeah. So that's where that comes from. And Van Halen knew how to do amplifiers and tubes and guitars, and he knew what a variac was, so he would have fun doing that because he would distort his tone.
It's
So
interesting. Sorry, I heard a pause. I was going to jump in there for a second.
Go for it, Jim.
It's cool. It's like the opposite of overdrive. It's underdriving the amp, brings out a different sonic characteristic of it, right? So you can overdrive the amp and you can underdrive the amp. And I was just going to say that it's cool. We're coming full circle with these. You know, we use the term hybrid a couple times, and I would go back to it's the same thing. It's that sympathetic resonance of that amplifier in that room, in that space, in time. You can't model that perfectly every time.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Anyway,
Yeah,
now
you can't.
Go ahead with, you were probably going to talk about mics, I think.
Yeah, okay, but microphone. I think I was trying to answer the last part of your question too. I think you got me excited on the other thing. But anyway, so the microphone, yeah, the microphones themselves, they also have a characteristic. Like, for example, an SM57, which is probably one of the workhorse microphones in any studio. It's great for drums, it's great for bass, it's great for guitar, it's all that stuff. But it's very brittly, it's very impure. But it does such a magical thing to guitar amps when you're recording with it, because it takes a lot of the frequencies that should be resolved for the kick drum and for the bass guitar. It kind of naturally deals with that, and it leaves a lot of the brittleness and harshness there, which is great. That's what you want on a guitar amplifier for either clean or distortion. You want it to cut through that bass. You don't want it to be in there, right? And then there's also a Sennheiser MD421, which is a little bit more characteristic of a little bit more not harsh high-end stuff, a little bit more high mid, if you want to call it that. So when you go mic with those two things, then you go into your control room, and obviously you're dealing with phase. Phase means how long it takes for a signal to get to the microphone. Make sure that they're the same time distance. Then you can blend the two, so it becomes like an equalizer. So you can use one microphone to another, and you can tinker with that. Another great microphone is a ribbon microphone, a Royer 121. Those are, they can handle high volumes, so a guitar amp that usually is cranked to try to get it to resonate the appropriate way. That ribbon microphone won't blow up. It won't destroy the ribbon inside the microphone. And it captures pretty much the entire frequency spectrum of the amp. So now you've got a huge palette to deal with during mix. And when the artist is sitting there and saying, wow, you know, great tone, but it's just too muddy. Can you like EQ it a little bit differently? Well, I can. And that's kind of hybriding it, or maybe making it a little bit artificial in tone. Or I could probably kick up that Royer ribbon microphone, or that's Shure SM57. And what do you think of that? It's kind of like, oh yeah, wow, I can't believe it. That's what I was hearing. That's what was missing, right? So it gives many brushes to your paint.
I think it's interesting too that most people don't take enough consideration into the equalization characteristics that each microphone has, and why you would want to use a particular microphone. Like you said, an SM57 works great on guitar tracks, and it works great for violins, and it works great for snare drums, because it captures specifically a high Q, I think, around that 1 kilohertz range, where it tends to, you know, have a low and a high pass filter outside of that, you know, area, I guess, is maybe an easy way to explain it. As opposed to something that's more full body that would take, you know, all of those frequencies in. But then what you're saying is fascinating, because you don't have to artificially color that microphone by adjusting your EQ settings on your channel strip could be flat. And all you're doing is you're raising the output volume of one mic to get that natural equalization characteristic out of it. So you're no longer destructively working with the sound on that guitar. You're just taking that sound and moving it through a different microphone that's more sympathetic to those frequencies because of the way that the microphone's constructed.
Right. And that's a beautiful segue into the last part of your question about software emulation versus hardware. Which one is better, right? Right. So me personally, I have the software here because some people, that's what they want, that's what they heard, they're happy with that sound, which is great. But I prefer more the analog route because of all these things we're talking about now. You know, we've got microphone placement, we've got preamp we can play with, we can use the room to our advantage. A lot of times putting the microphone right up against the speaker, right in the middle of the cone, is not the answer because it might be too bright. So you may want to put it a little bit off the cone, and now you start bringing some of the darker frequencies of the speaker. You can right to the edge, not really dark. You can go behind, inside the cabinet with an SM57 and grab it from back there too. Those are some interesting sounds, right? The other thing too is you can go farther back. You can go like maybe a foot away or something. So now you're capturing more room and more cabinet. So it's that is the true sense, aside from making the equipment, but it is a sense of engineering the sound, because now you need to know your amplifier, you need to know the guitar, you need to know the pickups, you need to know the strings, you need to know the chords that you're using for it. You need to know if it's an active pickup or a passive pickup, battery, no battery. Is it a Duracell battery? Is it a Walmart battery? What's the how old is that battery? All these things that take into account. Like, this is all like nerd stuff.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, if somebody is paying you to do that music, you just can't offer a solution of, oh yeah, I got it all figured out. Just plug it into the computer and there's your sound. You're done.
Yeah.
Just play that. You're done. You can't do that. And that also goes into the whole long distance collaboration thing, which is fine. Like, I'm part of that. I get it, right? But you can't have these discussions with the guitarist that's 1,000 kilometers away just because he's a guitarist that's played on Whitney Houston's album back in the day, and he's the man, and he's like in LA, like, oh, okay, bragging rights is cool, and you're getting what he interprets that, but you're not communicating what you want.
Yeah.
And that's a big problem.
For
That's
sure.
a big problem.
You know, going back to what you were saying about using the multiple microphones, there's a great practical example of that is David Bowie. I can't remember which album it was, but he actually had 3 separate microphones set up in the room to do his vocal track. He had a close mic, like I'm using right now, to capture the, you know, natural deep resonance or whatever. He had one that was about 3 or 4 feet away, and he had one that was all the way at the back end of the room. And that's what they would do. They would blend these sounds of these microphones together in order to create a natural equalization or a natural depth of field of sound based on whichever proximity of the mic, you know, you were getting more of at the time. Here's a nerd question for you, because I love the nerd questions. How does
Bring it on,
how does putting a microphone in the back of a speaker cabinet where the magnetic coil is, does that create some kind of extra interference that has to be compensated for? Because typically, you know, magnets in a recording field are you want to try and stay away from that, I think.
Right. Yeah, that's fine. You'd have to be selective on which amp you're going to be using on. Fender amps, for example, you've got some decent room back there that you can do things, so you might be able to put the microphone in and face it straight down, right? No matter what you do in the back of the amp, it's usually darker tones, it's heavier, if the cabinet is made of the right wood and the right depth and stuff like that, you can get some really nice bottom round tones out of the guitar. So actually, one of Bryan Adams' songs, or his first album, was it Cuts Like a Knife album or Reckless? I think it was Reckless. Bob Clearmountain did a lot of that in the back of the amp, capturing some of the sounds in the back of the amp and then blending it in. It creates like a lot of guts and volume and just woof right into the whole speaker sound of it all, right?
Yeah.
And that's a nice compliment to the SM57 in the front, where it's trying to capture more of it in the middle of the cone, where it's more bright, right? So it really gets you a full sound. These are things you have to experiment in the studio. That's like sound engineering we're talking about, right? It's the best way to do it, to experiment with that.
And in some ways, it's somewhat akin, I think, to, you know, the thing about putting a snare drum mic on the top, and then you also capture the bottom of the snare, so you get the actual resonance differently of the way that the snare interacts with the actual skin on the bottom, right?
Yeah, for sure. There's 3 ways that I like to record a snare. One is the SM57 pointing pretty well where the stick is hitting the skin, so this way you're getting that direct sound. A little bit probably off the rim to try to avoid some of the woofiness of the snare. Another one is an SM57 on the bottom, but probably about a finger away from the actual snare, the metal itself. So that's straight up to like that. And the way I EQ that is just to give it that that metal, metallic, gritty sort of,
Yeah.
like that sort of sound that's translating through, but that's what it is. Another one is to capture it from a distance from the actual shell. So you can go up a little higher, a little bit lower around the shell, and you enjoy that part of the metal of the sound of the snare or the wood of it, right? So you can get that as well. So you can blend those three together, and you can get yourself a really cool sound.
Yeah. Now here's a cool tie-in right to the very beginning of our entire conversation. And this is what the digital age allowed us to experiment with, because people have to realize that when we talk about putting 3 microphones on a drum, that's 3 tracks that are being recorded. So if you have a 24-track tape and you want to record a drum set and you want to put 3 mics on the snare, you want to put 2 mics on each tom, let's say there's 3, so that's, you know, another 6 mics there. You've got, you know, a kick drum mic, you've got maybe 2 kick drum mics, one inside, one outside. You've got, you know, you could easily put 12 to 14 tracks on just the drum kit, not even adding overheads and other ambient stuff. You could technically fill the entire 24 tracks with just the drum kit, which now, unless you have multiple tape machines that are somehow audio locked together, you would be forced into a situation of recording overdubbing. You could not do a live off the floor recording, right?
Yeah. And the big studios in New York and LA, Europe as well, they would have 2 of these machines at 2 inches. So they'd have a 24-track 2-inch and a 16-track 2-inch or a 1-inch. That 16-track was for drums only.
Oh, really?
Only for drums. Yeah. So that was like humongous sounding drums. Like they were amazing. Well, so I've seen 16-track 1-inch Studer as well. It's just a matter of changing the block, the head, right? But 2 inches is beautiful.
Well, because there's so much more room for those particles to saturate, right? That's what gives it that tape warmth, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Question for you then, though. How do you compensate for drift between those 2 tape machines? Because digitally we just use SMPTE locking, right? And it's a time code that's in there, and it makes sure that everything is always on the same beat, always at the same time, period. How do you do that with analog gear?
Sure. You would take track 24, and that would be the time code between the 2. So it would spit out to that, and it would be locked by that way. So SMPTE, had something to do with it back then. It was a form of SMPTE. I'm trying to remember the exact name of it, but definitely one of the tracks held that code, and that would lock the tapes together. So when you press start on one of the machines, they would lock together and just go. So yeah, it was 16 and 24. The really cool studios that just wanted to have 48 at it, right? Then yeah, they would have like 24 and 24. But the dedicated ones that were meant for like some serious hardcore trackings would have a 16, 2-inch, 24, 2-inch.
Yeah.
And unbelievable. There's a big discussion between analog and digital. It's like, what do you got to do with that sort of stuff? Digital is so close to analog, and it's not even fun.
Yeah.
Well, I'm in a lucky position where I could verify that just from, not from me because I'm trying to be smart or anything. It's not the point at all. I actually have the analog and the digital versions of these things, right? So there is still a difference, because the way analog to digital converters work on a DAW, how computers interact with that sort of stuff, and how the emulations of the actual units were done as well too. So it could have been a great unit, could have been a poor unit, that sort of stuff. I'll be honest with you, when I do an A/B between like the in-the-box digital sort of guitar effect and an actual amplifier, I'm sorry, but there is a difference. It's just it's unavoidable to not get it. It's like like I said, you hear the room, you hear the cabinet, you hear the resonance, you hear. There's a difference.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly, and I think that's why a lot of audiophiles will tell you that vinyl is still the best way to listen to music, because music is a physical medium. It actually takes the vibration of sound waves and translates it directly from a needle into a revolving cylinder of wax, right? Which, yes, can you emulate that digitally? 100%, but you're going to lose ultimately some of that again, sympathetic resonance that, you know, are kind of required, right? I think anyway. Now I'm just starting to sound like a know-it-all smartass, and I'm going to try to avoid that.
No. You're making valid points. It's nice to have an intelligent discussion with somebody that gets it. It's great.
Yeah, that script. That script,
yeah,
the script you sent me over, it's perfect.
People come in, and it's like you're in the studio, and it's like, what the heck, buddy? Like, I'm trying to explain something to you, and I don't push on anything to anybody. It's like, I'm here, and I'm in the time business. You buy my time, I'm all yours. Whatever you want to do, I don't care.
Yeah.
But if somebody's starting to ask me like these important questions, like you're asking, is it A or is it B? Well, I'll tell you what you want to hear, or you want me to tell you what you should
hear. Right. So have we reached the end of the list of this particular, or did you have more to add to our original discussion before I drove us so far off the rails we ended up, you know, I took a wrong turn at Albuquerque?
No, I'd say we're talking about analog versus digital, and this is it. Like in the digital world, do we have to go? Like I don't have a talk.
No. I mean, I'm more than happy just to keep talking as long as you are.
Absolutely, for sure. Well, in the digital world, right, there's the discussion of 44 versus 44 or 48 kilohertz at 24 bit. There's always that discussion. It's like, well, recording anything more than that, it's stupid, it's pointless, it's irrelevant. Okay. Well, there is a level of, I agree with you to that discussion. Like there's the Nyquist theorem, which says that you should be recording, like whatever you want to hear, double that, and that's what you should be recording at. Okay. Well, that's great, but if you understand PCM technology and how that works, there's going to be things missing when you're kind of like sucking it back a little bit, right? And yeah, MP3 and CD, there's like, really tell the difference. MP3 at 320 is pretty good, like CD, but there's something missing. And then you put it over to vinyl, all of a sudden you're kind of like, wow, what am I listening to? Holy mackerel, vinyl is unbelievable.
Yeah.
And then even if you buy the cassette, like I found some cassettes from like 20 years ago or so, and I put it into a machine just for giggles to see, like it was, who the heck was it? I think it was Brian Adams, of all people. I put it in, it was like a 20-year-old, 30-year-old cassette, and it's like, my mouth was hanging open. I'm going like, this is unbelievable.
Yeah.
And then I pull up Tidal, which is the best streaming service there is because it's for audio files, right? I put it on there. I'm like, I gotta shut it off. This tape is unfreaking believable. It sounds that good.
Yeah.
So, the discussion of like, are things going back to the way they were? It is, because vinyl is something that's really good. Like cassette tapes are coming back. I don't know if you know this or not, but they're growing faster than vinyl. It's like people want to grab these tapes.
Wow.
So pretty soon, I'm sure you're going to wind up seeing a tape machine go back in the car that was there from the late 90s, I think it was the last time I had tape in the car.
Well, I don't think that anybody necessarily had a problem with the sonic quality of the cassette. I think what people's real issue there was impatience. I don't want to have to wait for a song to rewind or fast forward. I want to be able to skip to it immediately, right? To your point about listening to something on different mediums, here's my challenge to anybody that wants to understand the difference between MP3, CD, cassette, and vinyl. Find or buy Nine Inch Nails' Pretty Hate Machine, which was like that was their debut album. Listen to that album on each one of those formats, and I defy you to come back and tell me that you have not heard different things on each one of those. Each one of those, I would start with like MP3 first, and then go to compact disc, then go to cassette, and then go to vinyl. And I will promise you that with each step backward in technology as we think of it, there are more sonic revelations that you will never have picked up. There are things you'll hear on the vinyl that you will never hear in the MP3 version, period.
Yep.
Yeah. That's a great quick example on how to, appreciate the difference between the recording mediums, right? I think.
Right, exactly. Absolutely, for sure. And that goes to the discussion of, 24-bit, 48 is probably all you want to do, because that's Nyquist theorem, and that's, why would you want to go anything more than that? Well, me personally, I like 32-bit 96, right? Because 32 bits gives you more snapshots per sample. Right? It gives you a heck of a lot more. If you do the math, like 2 to the power of 32 is a lot better than 2 to the power of 24. There's more information. And 96 kilohertz for sample frequency means you've got way more detail in that 1 second of music, whether it's a single instrument or an actual song that you're listening to. So much more detail. And when you play it back with all that detail, it's like it just, the sound opens up. It just, all of a sudden everything's bigger and thicker and richer and chocolatier, and you're like, wow. And don't believe me, try it out. Try it out yourself on the system. Record the exact same thing this way, and then go back and record it that way, and you're going to hear like there's it's just thicker and wider because it's got more detail.
Yeah.
And there's no aliasing either. Aliasing is a problem, but you can try to deal with it by oversampling, and then it's like, okay, well then the discussion goes like, if I record at 3296, it's going to take up like 3 gigs of hard drive space. Well, first of all, who cares?
Anymore?
We're in
Yeah.
terabyte.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then if you go the other way, 2448, it's like, well, I'm saving space, but if I use oversampling when I'm on the mastering channel, then I'll get all that detail back. Well, if you don't have the detail, don't expect it to come back at you and say, hey, I'm hiding, I'm right here, bring me back.
Yeah. You cannot take a tiny JPEG file and then blow it up and expect it to look the same way. The bits of information are not there, you know, to use a graphical computer explanation of it, right? And the other interesting thing is to remember is you know, MP3s were made popular not because they sounded great. We already had great sounding digital files. They were called WAV files. They were raw PCM data that was sent out from the computer, uncompressed and untouched. The reason that MP3s became so immensely popular is because they were small enough to be traded quickly on a dial-up modem. So instead of having a 40 or 50 megabyte WAV file, which was sonically great, I can shrink that down to 3 or 4 megabytes. But what happens there? I have to find frequencies to eliminate, right? I can't just simply take that WAV file and squish it down and make it 3 or 4 megabytes. I have to remove elements from there. So I'm removing overhead frequencies and phantom frequencies and duplicate frequencies until I shrink that thing down enough that, you know, again, the sympathetic bits in there can you know, play off each other. But what happens is you are narrowing the quality of the sound. You are forcing that sound through a narrower channel, which is not really the right way of saying it, but it would be like taking that beautiful, warm, voluptuous 2-inch tape and chunking it down to the 1/8-inch cassette. Right? The particles have to go somewhere. And if they can't all fit on there, they get eliminated. And that's the real reason why audiophiles are so anti-MP3, because now consumers are listening to MP3s on, you know, shitty earbuds or shitty computer speakers or shitty car speakers. So they don't care. They're not going to miss those frequencies, right?
Sure.
But an audiophile that's listening through a $25,000 match set of you know, speakers, or a perfectly flat reference set of speakers in a studio, is 100% going to notice that those frequencies are not there. And they will tell you that version of that song that you were listening to is garbage.
Yep.
Yeah. That's my anti-MP3 rant for the day.
Oh, for sure. You've nailed all the points beautifully. I couldn't have said it better. And I'm glad that you brought the point of why MP3s exist. Like that's a great part of history. And we got to thank, was it Napster back then?
Yeah, the Napster.
Was Napster the first one?
Napster was the first real, like, explosion of sharing. Yeah, for sure.
Right. Yeah. So we got to thank Napster for messing it all up. So, yeah, the industry does blame Napster for file sharing and stuff like that. But you said a good point too, that the audiophiles blame MP3, which was for that, specifically for sharing, like exactly like you said. So there's a lot of problems with MP3, right? So, there's issues.
Yeah. But again, if you're the average consumer, and again, we're talking about people that go and they record live concerts on their cell phones, right? Yeah. The sound quality is garbage, but they don't care. They want the experience of having been there. They want to, you know, it's the same thing with an MP3. They're not listening with a critical ear. They're listening with an entertained ear. right?
Yeah.
They want,
Yeah.
there's something about that song that brings back that party at that one time, or the concert that they went to, or, you know, some fundamental period in their life of why they enjoy this particular song. You know, it's bringing it back for them, and they could care less about the actual sonic quality of it. So it's fine. It's just,
Yeah.
it's sometimes necessary to explain when you're talking to an audio purist why they get so pissed off when you bring up audio compression.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. Absolutely. I love these topics. They're great because we're touching about music history. We're talking about technology history. We're talking about how the consumer is fed garbage, and when you can't really, like, the only way to understand garbage is go A B, because after a while garbage will start sounding normal.
Well,
right?
It goes back to ear fatigue, like you were talking about.
Yep, it does. Yeah. I remember when my daughters were listening to music, and I'm like, oh, what are you listening to? Oh, we're listening to rap, hip hop. I'm going, like, okay, well, if the youth are listening to it, I gotta listen to it too, right? Let's see what it's involved. And the first thing I remember plugging in my ears and listening to it, I'm like, this stuff sounds like garbage. And it wasn't that the music was garbage; it was the quality was terrible, right? And I would ask them, like, what are you listening to? It's like, oh, it's a free service that I have to listen to ads, but I get something. Like, this was going back maybe 5-6 years ago when streaming was just an idea, and there was like online radio stations that tried the best they could with what they had, right? Which was great. I used to listen to. There was one in town, Chaos, I think it was.
That was me.
Chaos. That was you, dude. That was awesome.
Radio.
Great job back then.
Radio Chaos. That was me. It still runs out of my basement. It's been running for 20 years.
Are you kidding me?
No.
Oh man, I gotta sit down. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
I remember it being on at the Seal Test building.
Yeah. So that was its last real studio home. It's because it was a computer store, and I worked there.
Yeah.
And the guy was so fascinated by it. He's like, "Here's a room in the building. Put your studio in here. Put everything in here. You can run it. Here's an extra set of keys. You can run everything out of this building. All I want you to do is build me one for blues. Build me a blues station that I can run." And I'm like, okay, it's Blues Fest Radio. Here you go. It's yours.
Yeah, the quality, the choice of music was really cool.
Yeah,
it was really cool. So you did a great job, man. I'm blown away. I was a fan, and here you are. Oh, man.
that's. I had no idea that anybody apart from me and 2 other people in the city ever knew about it. So there you go. That's great. It's still there. It's still there. You can still tune into it. RadioChaos.com. It's still there.
Oh, that's amazing.
It is. Amazing. I kid you not, man. Like April of this year, it turned 20 years old, and I cannot believe that it is still around. Like I can't believe that it's still going, and people are still listening and contributing and all that kind of. It's nuts.
You still have people listening, tuning in, or what? Like I don't know.
No, there's an avid community of people that listen to it, and it's not from people. It's not people here. There's a dude from Boston. There's a dude from Maryland. There's a dude from Finland. There's like the regular crowd that listens to it are all over the world.
Nice.
It's so bizarre.
Nice.
Yeah. Nice. What's on the table for next week?
Oh, I don't know. You wanted to talk about, I'm just looking at my paper now, talk about digital versus analog, live off the floor versus tracking. I don't know. What is anybody asking anything that they want to talk about?
No, we have two complimentary things from Grady in the chat right now. He says, very helpful answer and best episode, Chris. So he clearly enjoys our conversation, which is fantastic.
Nerds unite.
Well, I have nerds of the word unite. I have a couple of suggestions if you want to see what you can do with them.
Yeah.
For topics. One is the overuse of compression as it began with the FM radio industry. That I think is a good one. And then I think we could let's do a little bit of an expansion on the different microphone types and why you would want to use a particular microphone for a different type of thing. And perhaps if you had a couple there, we could do a little show and tell type thing.
Love show and tell.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure. That's cool. Absolutely.
Perfect. So you pick whichever one out of those you want, or if you come up with something better, because you're the man.
No, it's fine. I like that. That's good.
Yeah.
FM compression and all. I love that stuff. The O band system, or band system.
All right.
Phase flip reversal. Oh boy, that's all heavy stuff.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm 100% down for it, because that is this is the kind of stuff that gets my mental rocks off. So yeah, perfect.
Nice. Any other questions in the chat group before you throw me off?
No, we are that was it for the comments. So yeah.
Put them all to sleep. Yes.
No, I don't think that's it. I think what it is I think that, the more technical segments are going to develop, like Grady, for example. Grady has said a few things in here about how enlightening it was and what a great conversation it was. I think that, if he tells his friends and his friends tell their friends, we're going to, sure. Are we going to lose, at this time, are we going to lose the casual listener that, is only tuning in for maybe waiting for me to, screw up and make an ass out of myself or play a song really badly, which one could argue all the songs I play very badly. But are they tuning in for the train wreck, or are they tuning in for the conversation? I think that, the more that we do this, the more regularity there is to it, the more people like Grady that are interested in this kind of thing are going to want to tune into it. And especially when at the point when this whole program goes the way of the dinosaur, because I think at some point it has to, this is where now we do In the Studio with Walter Riggi as its own thing.
Love it.
I'm
all over.
I'm
in.
all of these ideas now to do shows that are 45 minutes to an hour long, but just for that thing, right? And then building a network, a broadcast network of, okay, we are going to have these pre-recorded segments that I can load into software, and you will have a TV guide just like normally. It'd be like, okay, once we have 100 episodes in the can or whatever we decide, it'll be Monday at noon. It's In the Studio with Walter Riggi, episode 1. Tuesday at noon, it'll be In the Studio with Walter Riggi, episode 2. And we'll just start syndicating these things and making the rounds, and yeah.
Love it. It's like live cast chaos.
It 100% is. It 100% is. Only done better.
Love it. I love it. This is great, man. I enjoy doing this stuff. I love nerding out with you. It's cool. And it's a nice conversation. It's like two egos have been put to check, obviously years ago, but it's nice just to talk about stuff we know and maybe spark some ideas with some people that had no clue what any of this stuff was back in the day, right?
Absolutely. Okay, so my last question for you then, my very last question for you. There are VU meters that are unlit on there. Are they broken, or just that they're not activated?
Yeah, it's a special bulb, and I'm trying to source it. I think I found one of the guys that used to work at Studer back in, I think he's in Sweden. I contacted him, and he said, I think I still have some in a box on a fifth shelf back in the warehouse in this Tupperware that's been sealed for a while.
Yeah, right next to the body of Jimmy Hoffa. It's there somewhere.
Yeah, it's back in there. So I guess when airplanes start to fly again, I should be able to get something. So.
All right, perfect. Yeah, I was just curious about are they in a disarmed state, or is the bulb actually burnt?
Yeah, it's the actual bulb that's burnt.
No, the correct answer is it's a disarmed state. That's
yeah, disarmed state. Oh boy. I love it.
Walter, thank you so much for.
Great, but.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, these conversations are worth their weight in gold to me. So I appreciate it, and I look forward to our next one. Oh, a tip of the black and white cap. I got to start wearing a hat. I don't know. I used to wear hats all the time. I don't wear them anymore. All right, my friend. and something else we have to figure out is I desperately want to get you mic'd up somehow.
Okay.
So that we can do it through either a PC or something instead of through the phone, because sometimes the audio quality gets wavery and it's a little weird.
Sure.
Yeah. I don't know how I sound to you over the phone.
Perfect.
Yeah, so
you sound perfect.
You may have one or two microphones there that we could hook up and.
I don't know.
But anyway,
yeah,
we'll jump off those bridges later on. Anyway,
okay.
It's been very wonderful to talk to you, and I look forward to the next one.
My friend, Till next week.
Peace out. Well, there we had, that was the record. That's the record holder right now. That was a long one, but brilliant. And I'm so glad that there are folks that get something out of it, like Grady. That was great. Thanks for hanging out for that whole conversation. I know it's dry for some of the other folks that, you know, aren't really into the studio stuff or are into the studio stuff but don't really care. But part of this has to be something that I get emotionally excited about and intellectually excited about as well. And that is definitely those kind of topics. I can't wait for the thing with Phil Kane either. Yeah, it's going to be exciting. All right. Well, we have no 10:30 guest, obviously, because we would have run over their time by now. So I'm just going to play a couple songs, and we're gonna end it early. I feel like I'm putting pressure on myself to make sure that it's a 5-hour show every night, and I guess I'll put it to you guys. What do you guys think? Are we okay with sometimes it being a little shorter? Are we okay with, you know, a day off? So it's not 7 days a week. Maybe it's 6, or maybe I don't do it on a Saturday, Sunday. I'm not sure. I'm trying to figure out the best way to do this where I still feel like I'm fulfilling an obligation to you folks, but fulfilling an obligation to myself as well, because I don't want to get into a situation where I'm run down all the time and I have to take time off and blah, blah, blah. And it's inconsistent and so on and so forth. And the other thing, part of it too, is for those of you who are watching this now, or maybe watching this on a repeat, you could let me know just with a comment or a private message or an email. You'll see the email is crawling across the screen right there. The backwards camera is killing me. Send me an email. Let me know if you'd rather not have the musical segments. I don't necessarily have to do the performance side of it. That's purely just for me to goof around with. So if you would rather hear more of the guests and less of the music side of things, which I think we are getting to now anyway, but let me know before eventually all these things become their own individual programs, because that's my master plan. Anyway, let's do this one. This is a little difficult for me, so we'll see how it goes.
Things were spinning round me, and all my thoughts were cloudy, and I had begun to doubt all the things that were me. Been in so many places, you know I've run so many races, and looked into the empty spaces of the people of the night, and something is just not right, and I know that I gotta get out of here. I'm so alone. Don't you know that I gotta get out of here, 'cause New York's not my home. Though all the streets are crowded, there's something strange about it. I lived there about a year and I never once felt at home. I thought I'd make the big time. I learned a lot of lessons awful quick, and now I'm telling you that they were not the nice kind. And it's been so long since I have felt fine, and that's the reason that I gotta get out of here. I'm so alone. Don't you know that I gotta get out of here, 'cause New York's not my home. That's the reason that I gotta get out of here. I'm so alone. Don't you know that I gotta get out of here, 'cause New York's not my home.
Oh, a nice old song there by Mr. Jim Croce, New York's Not My Home. I love that tune. Love, love, love that tune. All right, well, let's see here. Here's another nice old song. We got so many nice old songs in here. Let's do a beat for this one, though. As we were talking to Mr. Phil Kane, keeping your chops up and stuff and learning loops. Let's do that. Oh, Mike, thank you. That was half-hearted. It there's a chord in there, F diminished, and I was reading it as F sharp diminished. So unfortunately, I think I screwed that up. But it's such a beautiful song anyway, and there's a great string melody that goes over that chorus. So nice. All right. Not that. That's like a little light bulb. Oh, let's do this on guitar, actually. We'll tune this up real quick. Stop this for 1 second. So with tuning, there's an interesting thing about, when you're tuning on most guitars, there's a thing like this guy. It's got a built-in tuner, and when I play a string, it lets me know the name of the string and how sharp or flat I am, and it does a great job of keeping things relatively in tune. But there's science behind tuning, because music is all about the frequency at which a something resonates, right? So that's how we have things like this note here. That's A440. That's the common thing that everybody tunes to. That's concert pitch A440. That means that particular resonance is 440 hertz, or 440 cycles per second. You can do the math on that, and you can get all kinds of interesting things, like this is 440 and the octave above is 880. That's how it works mathematically. James Taylor has this really, really cool method of tuning, in the sense of there are varying degrees within those tonal qualities called cents. And it's this is a half tone. That's a whole tone, half tone. Well, a cent is like a microtone in between, I believe, is the right way of thinking about it. And the way that James Taylor would talk to you about tuning your guitar is that you should tune some of them slightly flat and some of them slightly sharp, and it changes the resonant quality of the guitar. And it's true. I don't have the mathematical experience to do that. Nor do I have a tuner that properly does things in cents. But there's a whole guide that he has on how to tune it. And when you listen to the way that he plays, it makes an absolute fundamental difference. And again, it's got to do with our good friend's sympathetic resonance, right? How the strings mathematically resonate against each other. It's a beautiful thing. That's why music is the language of the universe. just like Bath. Hey, Mr. Renaud. All right, let's do this.
All my bags are packed, I'm ready to go. I'm standing here outside your door. I hate to wake you up, say goodbye, but the dawn is breaking, it's early morn. The taxi's waiting, he's blowing his horn. Already I'm so lonesome I could die. So kiss me and smile for me and tell me that you'll wait for me and hold me like you'll never let me go. 'Cause I'm leaving on a jet plane, don't know when I'll be back again. Oh babe, I hate to go. There's so many times I've let you down, so many times I've played around. I'll tell you now that they don't mean a thing. Every place I go, I'll think of you. Every song I sing, I'll sing for you. When I come back, I'll bring your wedding ring. So kiss me and smile for me and tell me that you wait for me and hold me like you'll never let me go. 'Cause I'm leaving on a jet plane, I don't know when I'll be back again. Oh babe, I hate to go. Now the time has come to leave you. One more time, just let me kiss you. Then close your eyes and I'll be on my way. I'll dream about the days to come when I won't have to leave alone, and about the times that I won't have to say. Kiss me and smile for me and tell me that you'll wait for me and hold me like you'll never let me go. 'Cause I'm leaving on a jet plane, don't know when I'll be back again. Oh babe, I hate to go. So kiss me and smile for me and tell me that you'll wait for me and hold me like you'll never let me go. 'Cause I'm leaving on a jet plane, don't know when I'll be back again. Babe, I hate to go. Oh, babe, I hate to go.
So a lot of things in the music business, like that Peter Brady voice break that just happened, that was a lot of things a lot of things that happen in the music business are coincidence or happy accidents. That particular song is one of them. So those of you who don't know the history of that song was made popular by Peter, Paul, and Mary. They recorded a trio version of it back in the 60s, and it was immensely popular. But they are not the composers of that song. The composer of that song is a young man from Denver named John Duchendorfer, who had arrived out to try and make his way in the scene, joined a group called the Chad Mitchell Trio when Chad Mitchell left. And he had nothing by the way of money to get his new friends at the time anything for a Christmas gift. So he wrote and recorded Leaving on a Jet Plane and just gave it to people as this is my present to you. Well, Peter, Paul, and Mary heard it, loved it, recorded it. It became a smash hit and helped establish young Mr. Duchendorfer as a singer-songwriter when he eventually struck out on his own using the name Denver. So John Denver, that was his catapult into fame, was somebody else picking up and recording his song. It's just another example of those really cool karmic happy accidents that happen in the music business. And I'm sure in a lot of other industries as well, but I think it happens a lot in the music business. Anyway, let's play another tune that we have up here, and we'll come back. We'll play one more tune, and then we're going to call it a night. I'm feeling like I want to go to sleep, if that makes any sense. I want to play this. It's not necessarily a song, but it was an entry for positive things during COVID, and it was put together by a friend of mine, Mike Wilkins, who you would know from Love Razor. Those of you who are in the music scene in the city. But it's just absolutely fantastic. He did such an amazing job of it that I think we should play it as often as we can. So here it is again.
Projecting how this infection might spread, and the projections in the U.S. are grim. It has now surpassed China in the number of people who have died from COVID-19. New York City is overwhelmed, and the numbers are soaring elsewhere too. Jackson Crosco joins me from Washington. Jackson, the White House laid out a sobering look at the model for when this might peak in that country. If one would die.
I think that should just be put up somewhere that we can all watch it multiple times. I think it's such a great message of positivity, something that's all too easy to lose in this particular time. It's easy to get kind of hung up on the nonsense. I want to try this song. I've never tried it before on this program. I did it once at a solo show, but I didn't have a looper, and I want to try it with a looper. It's got a great groove to it that I don't know if I can capture it exactly, but I want to try here, and we're gonna have to switch kits into like more of a hip hop kind of kit. It's not bad. It's a little weird, but we could live with it. Yep, that's the right sound. Now we just wait for the tablet to come back to life. Come on, tablet. It's not a bad little beat. Oh my goodness, tablet, let's go. Retrieve information. Oh my goodness. Well, it is in E minor, so that's good. We got the first part right.
So, you know how people are. It's all gone much too far. The way their minds are made. Still, there's something you should know that I could not let show. The fear of letting go. And in this moment, I need to be needed. With this darkness all around me, I like to be light. In this emptiness and fear, I want to be wanted. 'Cause I love to be loved. 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 I cry the way that babies cry, the way they can't deny, the way they feel. Words that climb all over you, When my self-esteem is sinking, I like to be liked. In this emptiness and fear, I want to be wanted. 'Cause I love to be loved. I love to be loved. Yes, I love to be loved. I love to be loved. This old familiar craving, I've been here before. This way of behaving, don't know who the hell I'm saving anymore. Let it pass, let it go, let it leave. From the deepest place I grieve. This time I believe. And I let go. When I let go, I can't let go of it. I can't let go of it. Though it takes all the strength in me, and all the world can see, I'm losing such a central part of me. I can't let go of it. You know that I need it. You know that I mean it. Recognize how much I've lost, but I cannot face the cause. 'Cause I love to be loved. Yes, I love to be loved. I love to be loved. Yes, I love to be loved. I love to be loved. Yes, I love to be loved. 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 Yes, I love to be loved.
All right. Well, seems a good enough place to leave it as any. Thank you to my guests, Mr. Phil Kane, Mr. Walter Riggi in the studio, and of course, last but not least, Mr. Sean Michael Penhale. It was great to talk to each one of you. I look forward to adding the next regular segment on the program. It'll be on a Monday or a Friday. We just got to decide which is the best for Mr. Phil Kane, but we are definitely going to have musical notes with Phil Kane. Where we get to talk about music appreciation and music theory, all that kind of cool stuff. I think we really need to have like that segment where we do dissect those different genres. I think that'd be pretty cool. Anyway, that's my note for the day. Good night, everyone. Thank you for letting me end this a little bit early. I know we're like a half hour early. That's okay. I'll end the program the same way I end all the other programs. Be good, be decent, be kind. It's the path of least resistance, so be like water and be decent. And nobody wins unless everybody wins. We'll see you tomorrow.